love you, my baby. Please, come back, you love me.
Leave me alone.
Come back, you love me.
This is just Western style.
You know that I love you.
I want to be free.
You know that you love me. I come crazy because of you. My brother, leave that girl. You know that she love you just because of your money. Shut up. I love her. It's not your problem. I say Elizabeth, but where you go? I say sweet Elizabeth, but where you go? Come back, you love me. Nimetuma wakusalimie barua pia nimetuma usome. Nikiwa nikitembea mara kwa mara kwa mapenzi.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, karibuni sana for all who've already found time to be here with us this morning. My name is Ron Cliffordit. Nataka kuwakaribisha sana on this very important occasion this morning. Karibuni sana. And I want us, just before we start, to acknowledge some of the people that we already have here with us this morning. These are the people who keep time. You know, these ones will go to heaven first. And then we will wait for the rest, just like we are waiting now. You know, so thank you very much. University of Nairobi, where are they? University of Nairobi, tuwapigieni makofi. University of Nairobi, karibuni sana, and thank you so much for keeping time. Asante sana, University of Nairobi. We have State Department of Children's Services already here. Let's acknowledge them, tafadhali. Let's acknowledge them. Asante sana. We also have the Kenya National Quality Assurance, who are already here with us this morning. Thank you, tuwapigieni makofi. Thank you very much. We have the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation. Thank you very much. Tumpigieni makofi tafadhali. Thank you very much for finding time to be with us this morning. Fawe Kenya. Thank you. Tuwapigieni makofi Fawe Kenya for finding time to be with us this morning. Nakosti are also here with us. Nakosti, tuwapigieni makofi Nakosti. Thank you very much. State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action are also here with us this morning. Thank you very much. Let's acknowledge them. We have African Population and Health Research Center. Thank you very much. They're already here with us. Grassroots Nest for Innovations and Change. Where are they? Thank you very much. Tuwapigieni makofi. Women Educational Researchers of Kenya. The Women Educational Researchers, tuwapigieni makofi. Thank you very much. Asante sana. The Partnership for African Social and Governance Research are also with us this morning. Food and Agriculture Organization is also here with us. And East African Journal, who are also here with us this morning. So thank you very much. As you can see, it's a packed room with all of us from different organizations, institutions, to have this very important conversation. So just before we start, let me tell you, the hashtag that we are using is Evidence to Impact. Evidence to Impact is our hashtag on this very important conversation this morning. We will be starting in the next few minutes. We're waiting for our chief guest to arrive, and then we kick off the program. So in the meantime, we can enjoy some good music in the next few minutes, and then I will be back here with other acknowledgements, and then we can kick off the program. Thank you.
Tutaongea
Unipeleke kwa
Good morning once again. Asanteni sana for finding time to be with us this morning. We are just about to start our program, as I had mentioned earlier, but I need to recognize a few organizations that have since joined us. The National Parents Association, karibu sana, tuwapigie makofi. The National Parents Association. The Kenya Bureau of Standards is also here with us. Asante sana. The Girl Child Network is also here with us. Thank you very much. Teacher Service Commission is also represented here. Directorate of National Cohesion and Values is also here with us. Tuwapigieni makofi, asante sana. Thank you very much. The Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is also here with us this morning. The Australian High Commission is being represented here this morning. KIPRA is being represented. The Regional Center around water resources, thank you very much. Plan International is also here with us this morning. National Council for Population and Development, the National Council for Children's Services is also here with us. UNICEF is represented, the National Council for Nomadic Education of Kenya, and the Collaborative Center for Gender and Development is also here with us this morning. This event is being streamed live on different platforms, so we can find it on the NGEC at NGEC Kenya platforms. It also being streamed on Mizizi Elimu Africa platforms. And like I said, our hashtag is evidence to impact. Evidence to impact is our hashtag. We can also share that so that the people who are not in this particular room with us can also benefit and enjoy following this program live. So as I said, it's about time we start. I would like us to all stand for the National Anthem of Kenya, kindly. Could we all stand for the National Anthem of Kenya? Can we have the first verse of the East African Anthem? Mungu twaomba unilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Thank you very much. We may be seated. Thank you. Asante sana. We are about to start our program. We want to acknowledge the presence of the State Department for Science, Research and Innovation. Asanteni sana for finding time to be with us this morning. So we are here today for this dissemination workshop that will provide an opportunity for all of us here as to come together, bring together actors in the gender and research ecosystem to advance the use of data and evidence in shaping policies that will shape our future. And it is important to note that this conversation is taking place on a very important day for this country, because today the government is also, the president himself is taking part in launching the Beyond 2030 journey for this country. So while we all spoke for the last few years about the Kenya's Vision 2030, what happens beyond 2030? And now when it comes to matters gender and equality and representation, what happens beyond 2030 and what happens after today? And that is why we are all here. And without taking so much of our time, let me introduce the first person to welcome us here so that we can start. And I think we should start with the representative of the CEO of Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. I know the CEO is not here, but he should have a representative. Do we have the representative here of KICD? Maybe later. I'm told later. So for that, let's then go to the CEO of the National Gender and Equality Commission, Madam Purity Ngina, Dr. Purity Ngina, tafadhali, to welcome us here and tell us why we are here. Tafadhali, tumpigieni makofi, Dr. Ngina, as she comes to give us a few words.
What a beautiful morning to see all of you here, colleagues, researchers. It's always an honor. Commissioner Dr. Margaret Karugaru from the National Gender and Equality Community, Honorable Josephat Lowoi from the Office of the President, Professor Maina Wajana from UON. He is representing Professor Ayub, who is the Vice Chancellor, University of Nairobi. We have other representatives from government institutions. We have other CEOs, you can see CEO Fawe and others, and all of us who value data and evidence and the use of it. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am really honored to see you here. This has been a long journey. We started this journey with just an idea that many of us are conducting research in the space of gender. And we wanted to find a home where all of us can always meet, discuss, agree and disagree as researchers ought to do. And this idea made us develop the National Gender Research Agenda 2025. At that time, when we started, we had 40 different organizations in the room. And everybody wanted something. I want to work on matters of gender-based violence. I want to look at the intersectionality. I want to link SDG 4 and SDG 5. I want to link SDG 5 and SDG 10. And many of us had many brilliant ideas. And after those 40 organizations, we were left with a smaller team. And I know when you'll see the document, you'll ask, why is my organization not here? We acknowledge all of you. And we started that small team to ask all these ideas we have been given, what can I do? And what is the problem in research? What is this that we want to solve? Everyone has, everyone is doing something in research. And also one of the interesting piece, when we were in that conceptualizing, scoping stage, we did an overview or a review of who is doing research and who is using that research, because it is one thing to generate evidence, but another thing to have that evidence used. We realized, which all of you know, maybe, that research is being done in the university, that a big chunk of the research and researchers are situated in the universities. And then we asked, where is that research being used? So we analyzed the policies that we have in government and which data was used to give us those documents. We realized only a very small fraction of the data from the university was getting to the policy decision making table, you know. And so we said, as National Gender and Equality Commission and other government institution, NACOSTE, who has the real mandate, you know, to even vet, they are the regulatory, they are the people who need to check the kind of research that you're doing, they check the tools. We decided it is important for us, especially from the policy space, to ensure that every data that is collected, every evidence that is released, get to the policy making table. Unfortunately, it cannot make to the policy making table if it was only done in a very small area. You need to have massive data to use it for policy direction. And that is why the National Gender Research Agenda exists. So that if NGC is doing research in the Rakanidi County, another institution, maybe Mizizi Africa, who have supported us this morning to have this meeting, and who are also partners in this discussion, they're doing maybe research in Malsabit, but we're answering the same question. Hence, we can bring that data together and use it for evidence. Also, NGC plays a very central part. If you're asked to look for your ally in gender space, you'll come to the National Gender and Equality Commission. So how do we ensure that the data that is being done in this space is having a space and a home? And that is why the National Gender Research Agenda exists. We have looked at specific areas that you'll be presented to, that we think everyone doing research should try to answer those questions because they matter. We have analyzed what policies are being fronted, what data is missing to bring those policy in terms of how they can be evidence-led. We have analyzed the space. We actually can tell who is doing what. And you realize that we have also proposed having a hub where all these data can find home. And we appreciate all the players in the data space, KNBS, which has done massive job in ensuring that it gives data, national data. And I'm happy that now KNBS is also taking citizen-generated data, because most of the people here in the non-state space, their data also can contribute and should contribute to the decision-making table. So for me, my work was only to welcome you this morning. I felt the need to speak more of the vision of why we wanted the National Gender Research Agenda. It is still an honor. Myself, I appreciate research. I've been a researcher, I would say, for many years. I was a researcher in the education sector on values and core competencies. I authored many papers. Before then, I was in the space of HIV, trying to ask myself which drug is best suited to reduce the viral load. So I feel with partners, colleagues, people, we have the same vision and the same idea. And so for this day, I invite you, whatever you think need to be done, to be changed, to be brought to the conversation, please do it. Let's make this day an open conversation. So researchers are people who argue. So bring that spirit of research, because you cannot be a researcher who cannot contribute the ideas. So contribute those ideas, let them change our perspective, because we are always happy to rethink in terms of what maybe that time 2025, 2024 we are open to include and to open up. If we say we are looking at matters of the root cause of gender-based violence, we are open to look at it in a deeper way so that we can give better direction. That document you receive is a very small document, but it has a lot of weight when it is unpacked, and I'm hoping that the team that will be unpacking will help us understand it in a deeper way. Lakini karibuni sana. Sisi kama National Gender and Equality Commission, we love you. You are our partners. This space and this not fight really, this push and movement for equality and inclusion cannot be achieved by the National Gender and Equality Commission alone. We need all of us. We need all of us to speak why it matters to have women in the decision-making table, why it matters to create opportunities for young people, why it matters to protect our children, why it matters to think about older members of the society and why it matters to think about ethnic, minority, and marginalized communities. Those are the 6 special interest groups that the National Gender Inequality Commission represent. And I keep telling all of us that we are just lucky. Maybe we are not in those categories. But every day, if you're a mother, you get a child, maybe that child is born with disability. And hence you need to fight for ensuring that the PWD Act of 2025 is operationalized. You have, you decide I want to move to the minority and ethnic communities, maybe by marriage or by decision, you just go and live there. Then you realize that you need the policy that Honorable Oroi worked very hard to have on ethnic, minority, indigenous, and marginalized groups that was released by the president on the 18th of December. And right now, we are really keen on working on the Widows Bill because we know there are many people who lose their partners and they need representation and they need this government to continue working, ensuring that they receive what is rightfully theirs. We also think about the older members bill. When you cross 60, then you realize that you need the government to work for you. So all these issues that the National Gender and Equality Commission speak for, we are all candidates. And we invite all of you to be our allies. When you hear about equality and inclusion, be that person who speak. Don't say that I don't come from minority community. Speak for them. They are Kenyans too. Don't say I don't have anyone with disability at home. Speak for them. They are our children. They are our family members. Let's be champions of matters of equality and inclusion. Karibuni sana. At this point, allow me to invite my co-host, Dr. David Gige, Director General, National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, to give us his welcome remarks. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much, Dr. Purity Ngina, for the invitation. Distinguished participants, allow me to stand here on the already established protocol and really say a great thank you for your time. I think also mine will be brief in this matter. We are also privileged to have our Principal Secretary, State Department for Science, Research and Innovation, who will be joining us. So the more reason I would say less, and it is important. Mine, I also want to join my co-host, really to welcome you here and take this opportunity really to thank you for sparing this time that this morning we can be here to share and witness the unveiling of this important document. And I'm saying it is important because it is important. And also want to take this early opportunity to congratulate the Commission for taking this initiative. It is important. So really from NACOST's point of view, feel this is a time well spent that will be here because of the agenda that is really in our hearts, in our government, the core of our government, that this document is seeking to address. And also extend our gratitude to all the partners who have contributed in putting this document in place, because it's really important. And this is a framework that has been not be done in isolation, and that's why it has involved all these different partners. Why? Because one of the key challenge we've been having in this space is our silo mentality, that we addressing things from our own perspective, from our own corner. And this is one of the initiatives that is coming to help us. As we say, data is important. That whole holistic approach to our issues, so far as the gender equality and all those aspects that the CEO has clearly elaborated. It also has been a concern for the State Department because of the issues of approach, how we've been approaching our issues in terms of the research. And also perhaps that's why we have not been so effective. So we have data that we need that evidence to make decision. And this is one of the aspects that we feel it is really critical. And I wanted just to confirm that this has not been done in isolation. Yes, again, we want to appreciate that the Commission saw it is important to reach out to NACOSTI, the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, to be part of this, because this is another commission that was established to do specifically those four things. And one of it, the major one, is regulatory in the research space. And one of our agenda in the regulatory space is to develop the national research agenda. And we felt this falls squarely in what NACOSTI exists to do, and that's why we join hand to participate in coming up with this document. Again, NACOSTI also exists to promote matters, science, technology, and innovation in the country. This is cross-cutting, and this is one of the aspects that we say. Jointly with the Commission, we are achieving some of the objectives that the Commission exists to do. And this is very important. So that's why I want to also invite you that we feel this is a priority document, because it falls squarely under what the Science, Technology and Innovation Act of 2013 was enacted to do, just to drive our national research agenda around our priority areas. This is a priority area. So we are seeing this national agenda, research agenda, that we're looking forward that this is a document that's going to help us at national level, at county level, in coming up with the policies that address our needs, that address our issues. Because we need policies that are data-driven, evidence-driven, and this document is helping us to get the data that is aggregated, that can be able to inform our policies at national level and at our county government. Because you see, most of the issues are domiciled within our devolved governments. And this document really need to guide them as they incorporate into their plans. So this is key. And just so even at the national level, if you have a look at the SDG number 5 on gender inclusivity, gender equality, Kenya, we are stagnating at a certain point. I think we are position 109 out of 139 countries. Africa, sub-Saharan country, we are about position 10. But our index, we have stagnated for a while. Why? One of the reasons that we are stagnating in this, SDGs, what was envisioned by 2030, what we'll be doing, is lack of data and monitoring aspect. So really, this is a document that's going to contribute in that national level. Our rankings out there. 109, position 109 out of 139 is not a good position. We really need to improve. And this is one of the documents that's going to give us that mileage in working in that journey. And it is important that we'll be addressing the issues of data that is affecting even at the national level. So for me, really, is to congratulate the National Gender and Equality Commission. CEO, congrats, because of having delivered this. This is important. It's a major milestone in this country, and for us to address what we existed to do, and that's why we are here. So from NACOSTI's point of view and from the State Department for Science, Research and Innovation, please accept our gratitude for leading this initiative. And also this document is helping us in one of the most important aspects that in the research space, it's our coordinated research investment. Because again, it has been very fragmented, we spread so thin, sometimes we don't have impact, and I'm seeing a document that will help us. Because as we are looking up for people to invest in research, a coordinated framework, that is important. Because even this is even what our national government is asking us. Are we able to demonstrate? Are we able to show impact, the research that we are doing? This can help us in doing that, so that we account to the public, because that's a public resource. So it is very important. And again, I know the Commission has really taken us to some place, because a small story as I end, we use, I don't know, the CEO NRF is within the room. Not yet, but he'll be joining us. Some few years back, NACOSTI was trying to address this aspect of the gender inequality in research. And we had set a program. In fact, with the guidance of our PS, Professor Shaukat, who will be joining us, we had set a fund for women scientists. So we'll do a call for women scientists just to equate the numbers. And you know what happened? That I was saying the commission, you really address the space. What happened? Somebody just went to the constitution and say we are discriminating the other gender through research, but we are trying to address a gap. And we had to go all the way to the parliament to explain why are you discriminating the other gender by having a fund, a women scientist fund. So you see, this space, there's a lot we need to do. And that's why I really appreciate this kind of the milestone, because really we are bringing these issues. So for everybody to address, we have a reason, we have to be purposeful, we have to be intentional. And so that we are able to package that. And it's good that those that are now no longer issues, they are realities. We can agree we need to do this, and we need to invest, and we need to do that. Maybe perhaps with when you get the National Research Fund, please insist we reintroduce the women scientists fund. I know the professors in the house, they know the numbers are not equal in that space. And it is important that we address these issues. So once again, karibuni, and thank you for being here, and really feel that this will be one of the best well time spent as we move this national research agenda forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ngige. Tumpigie makofi. One of the most important and many things that NACOSTI does is to vet our tools, because without a good tool, the data collected will not be good. And I remember, is it last year, when National Gender and Equality Commission was conducting research in 19 counties. We had to do a bit of back and forth, and they made that back and forth helped in sharpening our tools. So Asante, continue doing what you're doing. I think we shall pick that conversation director on in terms of introducing and helping them, as ally, on how we can have affirmative action in terms of the research fund for women. And I remember recently we had a conversation at Strathmore University on this matter, because when they did analysis there, they realized women face so many challenges, and that is why you might not find their papers contributing to the conversations. And one of the discussion there was even saying that women researchers should be given, a research associate, someone you can work with the journey, so that you are the main researcher, but you have someone helping you with data collection and all that, because you also have, you want to be all around, you want to be a researcher, you want to contribute to increasing and contributing to nurturing families. So I think there is a lot of opportunities there, and people should not feel that we are discriminating against men, because the data still show that women are still left behind in this space of data and evidence generation. Allow me, colleagues and friends, to just mention, before I go to the next part of introductory remarks, some of the people that we have in the room, so that because every meeting is also an opportunity for you to share what you are doing in your space. We have the representative from the UN agencies. We have the representative from the Australian High Commission, IOM, UNESCO, sijui kama wako. They can just wave from all the UN agencies. You can see them. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Tunaweza wapigia makofi. Thank you for coming and being part of this conversation. We have the University of Nairobi, and I know Professor will introduce his team, State Department for Children's Services. I don't know whether they are here. Yes, thank you. We have University of Embu. Thank you so much. Just to mention that the Vice Chancellor, University of Embu, is the chairman of all Vice Chancellors in Kenya. So we feel honored that we have you here. Kenya National Quality Assurance. Thank you so much for coming. Haliana Agency for Development Cooperation. Thank you. Fawe Kenya. I see the chairman, the chairperson, professor, the CEO, her team. Asanteni sana. Nakosti, who are the co-host. So I can see Nekesa, Dr. Ngigi, whom we have worked very well with. State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. Thank you so much. Representing PS Anne Wangombe. Africa Population and Health Research Center. Asante sana, Dr. Wakeaga. Grassroots Nets for Innovations of Change. Asante sana. Women Education Researchers of Kenya. Thank you, thank you. The Partnership for Africa Social and Governance Research. Asante. And I hope you're checking them so that during tea break, maybe you have been looking for, to have a conversation in some of the areas that they are working on. Food and Agriculture Organization. Asante. East Africa Journal. National Parents Association. Thank you so much. Kenya Bureau of Standards. Had seen the team. Okay. Girl Child Network. Thank you. Inclusive Impact Lab. TSC. Thank you so much. Directorate of National Cohesion and Values. Thank you. They are at the back. Plan International. Asante sana. National Council of Population and Development. Thank you so much. National Council of Children's Services. Asante. UNICEF, I'd mentioned the UN agencies together, but asante sana. National Council of Nomadic Education of Kenya, NACONEC, thank you. Collaborative Center of Gender and Development. Thank you. I don't know, Semaster, told you also here. Thank you so much. We'll keep recognizing the people in this room. Why that is important? We are talking about researchers, and you need to find your family, isn't it? You need to know who else is working in this space of gender research and evidence generation for youth. And I thought it's important for us to recognize all of you who came, and also people to meet so that you can have a conversation even after this meeting. Allow me now, ladies and gentlemen, to go to the next part, because the host and the co-host have already welcomed us here. We'll go to the next part of introductory remarks. I know there is representative of Dr. John Mugo. Is that Morris? Dr. Morris Mutisia. Karibu sana.
Hello and good morning, everyone. I don't want to say your protocols observed, but honorable guests who are here today, and everyone who is here today, I'm excited to be here today, and particularly when you think about the issues of gender and education. So I will share a bit of reflections. My name is Mutisia Morris. I work with Mizizi Elimu Africa. Purity, forgot to mention us. Where's Mizizi here? I think there are a few people from Mizizi. Where you are, you can also shake. She's my colleague. We used to work together, so I can joke with her. Yeah, I think I'll share a bit of reflections, and I'll also briefly talk about Mizizi Lima Africa. But when I was thinking about this day today, here in the morning, one of the key things that came into my mind are 2 or 3 stories. Very brief one. The first one is a picture that I usually see sometimes when you think about gender, and particularly thinking about, let me not mention countries, but mention around Middle East, where you see men lined and they're talking and programming for women. I'm sure you have related about that without bringing the voice of women to the conversation. The second that comes into my mind is on one of the conversations that we had. You know, NSSF is shifting, and it's shifting based on now people are, you know, investing and planning for their programming. And recently we had a session, a learning session with NSSF. And one thing that I realized when it began in 1965, it was only for men who are contributing to their pension. So I wondered where women were in that space. Until 12 years later, in 1977, that's the first time then it opened up for women. So it says that there is historical in terms of when you start thinking about the gender and inequality issues within our context, that while we have made some progress, we still have a lot that needs to be done. The third is very close to me. When I was in grade 4, 5, and 6, I was taught by one teacher in math. And the worst that you could do is a girl beating a boy in math. You get strokes, and it would be very pertinent. If you know this girl, you have scored, there was one sharp girl. If you know you have scored below this girl and you're a boy, stand up, and you have to get strokes. So I don't know what that perpetrated from that moment to date about, you know, is it girls should be good in numbers and all that. And these are long-held kind of, you know, norms that we have within our communities. And it relates to me to date. And I think when I was seated there, I started thinking about, the women that I was with in class 4, 5, and 6. And how many of them I can say they're actually in STEM, and I could not mention any. Could that be the reason why they were there? Could that be the reason that they were boxed right from the very start in their education and provided a mindset that possibly they don't belong there? Going to some of the statistics that you have, and I think I'll talk about statistics in the education sector because that's where I am. One of it, the Kenya National Examination Council has the monitoring learning assessments. And if you try to look on that, the recent one that was released for grade 3 this year, I think around March. If you look at that, you see there are a lot of differences that are emerging. And most of these, they're in terms of geography, where there are some that are emerging around gender. But if you look about geography, you realize there are a lot of, context that are really left behind. And you start digging deeper into these, that you start seeing gender dimensions emerging into that, into how children are learning. And these statistics are shared again for those who also look on the Flana reports by Usawa Gender. The last two have shown consistently some gender differences, although they are in favor of girls, both in numeracy and literacy. But then it tells, when you start thinking about gender, don't think it on one line, but rather it's who is getting disadvantaged. If you look again, and I think I also need to congratulate the National Gender and Equality Commission. They have been able to release a bit of other reports that are talking about gender in education. And the most significant one that has been released recently is about, the teaching workforce and leadership. If you look at that, you'll be able to see again, what are those differences that are already emerging within our education systems, and that could be, sources of what perpetrating about inequalities from the very beginning. But if you also examine again around our political systems and the political class, if you look about our parliament and the representation, you start seeing also some of these things emerging into it. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say if you start thinking about gender and what Dr. Gigi has said here, there are a lot of things that are already existing within our context that we can actually relate with. but sometimes we don't talk about them. It's the reality, but we don't want to bring the numbers to elicit the conversations around that. At the minute we get these data, the minute we get these, statistics and numbers, and we reflect them in a very, sober mind without being very emotive, because gender issues can also be very emotive, then it means a lot. It means we will be looking at things in a way that we can be able to start addressing. And the last that I need to talk about, the numbers is, if you look on education, we're almost getting the GPA of almost 1:1, one boy, one girl into education system. But at birth, I think we have more girls than boys. I think for those who have done demography, there's a D around, birth. But I was looking again on the 2025 statistics, KCSE. We end around 9,000, around roughly 9,500 students who set for KCS, who got A minus or A plain. Out of that, 35% of them were women. So meaning 65% of those days were dominated by the male gender there. But then I also got interested to go on the other extreme, the E. And we end around 48,000 E's. 58% of those were boys. Are you seeing that? You dominated there, the boys, although the numbers are small there. But also down here, you're also dominating. What does that tell us? It's a statistic, but we may not have interrogated it quite deeply what it really means. If you look in mathematics, we get almost 50% of performances in KCSE is almost a E. Let me just say something like that. I didn't have the statistic to check whether how many are boys and girls. But what I'm trying to bring is, when you start looking on this, is an element of thinking about the data that you have, examining it in terms of the sex. But I think my call is also thinking beyond that and thinking about, if I talk about these 58% of boys who got A in KCSE, who are they? Where are they? They may be in Nairobi, they may be somewhere in Coast, they may be somewhere. But if you start digging deeper into that, you start getting the full narrative. And I think that's a concept of now the intersectionality. Try to look on gender. And I think I like the report looking about and saying, now let's start thinking about the root causes of gender inequalities. But then not asking ourselves just male and female, but rather moving about that. Because gender is moving beyond, the dichotomy or the binary, to start thinking about the norms, the roles, and the other deeper things that relate into that. So the question of, when you see a statistic, the question why, the question of who, the question of what can be done, and how this is happening, I think they become so pertinent in our context. Because at the end of the day, we don't dig deeper that. It means we are not addressing the issue, but we're just being superficial, just looking at at the top. So today here is it's one of the days that I was looking forward to, and I know the journey began sometimes with a very initial meeting, if I remember, in Machakos, with quite a number of people, and I think Dr. Gina was able to capture on that. But that has culminated to a very small document, but a very powerful document, if we really put it to context, and we really put into practice, and we really, as we live here, think about what is that I can be able to take a start doing, then we'll be able to change the narrative. The second around that is, and I think a call for me, becoming also open to share, because we may be having a lot of data that is sitting within our institutions here, but just sitting there with your own report, but it doesn't help. So thinking about, as we actualize to generate evidence, as we actualize, to be able to share the narrative of what is happening within our context, thinking about how can we start pulling also the information that we have. And I think Dr. Gigi talked about, the siloed approach, and I don't think is going to help us if we continue with that, but rather calling, for each and every person to just open up and share this information. We sit down, we pull it together, we tell stories from different contexts other than just from one small space, and we pull that to be able to tell the story of this country and beyond in a very comparative way. So that's a call for me. But I'm also cognizant the role of evidence generation at universities, and I'm happy University of ABA, University of Nairobi is there, and others. And one of the initiatives that is already within, that has been embedded within the universities is what we call the Enhancing Education Research for Impact in Africa. And I'm happy of the initiative. And one of the key things that we'll be looking is around gender and indigenous knowledges, and try to think about, when we think about some of these issues, where we also coming from as people and as context, and how do we get ourselves to that center of generating evidence that is also relevant, and where we are taking the center space of it. University of Ebb will be leading on numeracy, and then we have Kenyatta on values and life skills, and they'll be part of this journey. And I think there's a process of also looking for, a chair of gender. I think Mary and the team, they are working towards that. So how do we position even this agenda that we have, that it can be able to sit within the universities that we have, where a lot of research, as Gina talked about, is taking place. And also encouraging graduate students to be able to take some of those topics and to be able to pick them and, move forward and generate evidence that will come back, to the policy actors here and decision makers to see how it can be able to inform the discourses within the country. I need to summarize. I think I can just briefly talk about Mizizi. I think we are here. And Mizizi, we are working in the education space. Mizizi Elimu Africa, Africa with a K. And we exist to strengthen foundations for learning, so that all children and youth, particularly those are fathers left behind, have the foundations to learn, grow, and thrive. And we believe if we're able to build the foundations, we'll be able to have a stronger, population. We'll have to stronger kind of an ecosystem whereby even these gender issues that we are trying to talk about are not, so much pronounced, because we are bringing, and we are trying to bring that right from the very beginning. And in that case, we hope to be able to strengthen the education systems and in ways work with the system actors, and I'm happy we have been able to support this process with the different actors here in the government, across NGEC, KIPRA, KNBS, and also the other non-state actors that are participating, including APHRC and others, into the space. So that posture of working within the system, but also the posture of working with other actors sits at our heart, because we believe if we are able to do things together with the others, then you'll be able to do, and you'll be able to achieve a lot than when you are doing it on your own. And lastly, just to congratulate our host today, and cost NGC and Acosti. Thank you for the leadership. Thank you for making this happen today. And we hope by the time we leave here, we'll all be transformed in terms of how we approach gender, and in terms of the interventions that we are going to do and programs and our research work in such a way that it's just not just boys and girls, male and female, but rather examining in depth, so that we can also generate evidence on what works in terms of addressing these inequalities. Thank you so much, and God bless you, and I wish you a beautiful day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maurice Mutisia, representing Dr. John Mugo. Tumpige makofi. And I apologize to Mizizi Elimu Africa for not recognizing. I used to work there before I joined the National Gender and Equality Commission. So sometimes there is that confusion of home and the new home, of the old home and the new home. Lakini asanteni sana, they are the people who have made this meeting to take place, but also they are doing a lot of work in the space of education. And they just reblooded. You knew them as Zizi Afrique Foundation. So maybe when you hear Mizizi, you're still wondering, who are these people? Is the new organization, but it's the same with Zizi Afrique Foundation, now Mizizi Elimu Africa. I also want to recognize my colleagues. They have done a lot of work. Thank you so much, Director Paul Kuria and the team. Asanteni sana for always, carrying the vision of equality and inclusion in our hearts. So at this point, I will invite Professor Maina, who is representing Professor Ayub Gitao, the Vice Chancellor, University of Nairobi. And as he come here, I was just looking at the statistics. It shows that Africa only contribute 3% of the global research. You know, Kenya is part of Africa, and yet it is a home of 19%. So let that get to us so that we see how can we contribute to the global research as Kenya so that we change the number from 3%. Asante sana, and karibu Professor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngina, CEO, National Gender and Equality Commission. Commissioner Dr. Margaret Karunga, we acknowledge your presence. CEO Nakosti, Dr. David Gigi, Honorable Josephat Loboi from the Office of the President, Dr. Mutisia from Mizizi, all protocol observed. I am here to represent the University of Nairobi, and more so the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Professor Ayub Getau. Allow me to mention a few things. Of course, I guess most of you know the University of Nairobi, the biggest, the greatest university in the Republic of Kenya, both in terms of size, but also in terms of ranking. And that is good to mention in several ways. And I'm saying this acknowledging that we have colleagues from Kenyatta University and the University of Embu with a lot of respect. But that is important in certain ways because it tells you, if you look at the research portfolio at the University of Nairobi, I think this is actually what has kept us at the top. Research is part of the DNA of the University of Nairobi. Probably, you know, and we are saying, we're at a point where we feel comfortable with the kind of research that we are doing. But we are saying, probably we need to change so that now we focus more on innovative research. And I know this is something that also speaks to Dr. Ngigi, you know, coming in as the CEO of NRF. The University of Nairobi is greatly honored to be part of this conversation. It's a very, very important conversation. But I will also say something. Probably being the oldest university in the country, the University of Nairobi was one of the earliest institutions to pick up the question of gender issues. And this informed the formation of one of our success stories, what we call the African Women Studies Center. And we have representation from that center. This is a center that has done a lot of research related to issues gender. And that tells you that we are contributing to generation of data, but also, you know, what we are calling evidence. But we are also addressing another gap that CEO Nakosti brought up. The question of the disparity in terms of gender when it comes to research. We must admit that men are doing better when it comes to research, and we have to be deliberate to make sure that we pull our women up so that they probably, you know, when Dr. Mutisia was talking about 30-35%, that is also reflected in our universities when it comes to research. So if you look at our research portfolio, I mean, we need to be a little bit deliberate so that we bring up our women as well. So, and when I talk about our African Women Studies Center, we are very keen to strengthen partnerships with other actors in research. And therefore, because Dr. Gena, you did very well mentioning all the institutions that are represented here, and we are very keen to strengthen, to establish partnerships with the other actors in that space. But Dr. Gena allowed me also to mention something that I never leave behind. I am privileged to serve as the Director of Research, Innovation, Enterprise at the University of Nairobi. And I've seen what we are talking about is the gender research agenda. And my thinking is we need to expand this a little bit so that we also include the question of innovation. Because today we are not just talking about research. We must talk about innovative research. And my appeal is we need to see how we can embed the agenda of innovation in the research agenda. That is just food for thought, and probably you can consider that. Because we are a big institution, I would want to share my time with one of my colleagues, a colleague who has done a lot of research in the field of gender. She's an expert in that area, and I thought it's fair that I share my time with her, Professor Alice Odigo. She's an expert in gender issues, generating a lot of data, generating a lot of evidence, but she has also participated in shaping the policy issues at the national level on issues of gender. So she will take a few minutes, but it will also be unfair not to recognize one of my great colleagues, Professor Faith Karanja. Prof, stand up and wave as Professor Odigo comes in. So, Professor Odigo, a few minutes, kindly.
Thank you so much, Prof. Wagasha. And I'm just continuing with this speech where he has left it, and I'll talk about just the gender part. I would like to say that the University of Nairobi, particularly the management, is very keen on gender mainstreaming at the institution, and particularly the Vice Chancellor is a real team leader in this effort. And we are in the process of building a very strong institutional structure to mainstream gender. At the moment, we have a number of success stories in our institution. For example, we have a number of policies that we have developed to mainstream gender, touching on gender and development, gender-based violence, sexual harassment, HIV/AIDS. We have mental health, among others. And we are still in the process of strengthening them, reviewing them, and developing others. At the same time, we have a very vibrant gender mainstreaming committee, and this cascades from departments to faculty level to corporate level, so we are very vibrant on that. At the same time, we have a number of initiatives. For example, we have Professor Wagasha just mentioned the African Women Studies Center as one of the areas where we do research. We also have the East African Gender and Institute of Anthropology, Gender and African Studies also that do research on gender. And apart from that, we have the UN Women in STEM Association also working actively on gender. And I think Professor Faith Karanja is a team leader in that. And then we also have other facilities, wellness center, where we do counseling for students, different issues. We have the gender desk, which is a one-stop shop, where we do diagnosis, we do counseling, we do treatment, and all other activities. At the same time, we have the Gender Resource Center, which is actually a facility of the government of Kenya and UNESCO at the Jomo Kenyatta Memorial Library. And this facility actually is not being used enough. And I feel this is something that we have that we can actually upscale and work with, because it has a lot of data on gender, both digital and physical. And that would be really maybe one of the steps we can step on. And with that, I think we can actually lobby as a university to be the chair for gender research. The University of Nairobi can be considered for that. Already we have something that we can step on. I just want to bring that along. So at the moment also, we are through the support of our partners, we're in the process of building a state-of-the-art facility that will mainstream gender in STEM to be able to encourage admission, retention, and completion for both staff and students, to take care of all gender issues as a package. And this will really be something to write home about in this part of Africa. And therefore, I would really like us to be part of this process we have today. The one thing I saw that the University of Nairobi was missing at the back of this document. And I felt if the mother is missing, then where did the children came from? Otherwise, thank you very much. Thank you. Yes.
Prof is wondering whether the children just sprout, but we are guided, and we had that conversation with Professor in the morning, and tried to explain that we started as a small team, and the family has grown, and all these organizations that are represented here will be part of this, national research agenda, and we are hoping that this document will shape research in the next 5 years for this country on matters of gender. Allow me to now invite the representative from the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. She is representing Professor Charles Ongondo, who for many reasons was not able to join us. You know that the school are having drama and music festivals happening, and that is part of his co-mandate as the head of curriculum in this country. I also want to recognize Kenya National Qualifications Authority representing the CEO. I know they could be somewhere. Asante sana. Welcome.
Thank you so much. The leadership of the National Gender and Equality Commission, the colleagues from NACOSTI, and other partner institutions represented, distinguished guests, good morning. My name is Rachel Mwanzia. I'm serving as the Assistant Director, the Resource Center, and on behalf of the CEO, KICD, I'm pleased to welcome you to this important discussion, the dissemination of an important research agenda. Indeed, this is something that is very relevant to KICD. The work you're doing, especially research, gender responsive research, indeed can contribute so much to inclusive curriculum and support materials for our learners. And for this, I'm pleased to say that KICD, we are pleased to support this initiative, support this discussion, and I wish to invite everyone today to participate actively, share your ideas and experiences, and indeed make the most of today's discussion. So once again, let me welcome you to KICD, and I wish you a productive and engaging forum. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, and also for welcoming us here and the work that you're doing in the competence-based education to ensure that the curriculum is aligned, even as we start the conversation of Kenya Beyond Vision 2030. Today is also the International Youth Day, isn't it? So I hope that you can also speak to matters of young people in your spaces, so that young people, especially in this country, who are over 75% of Kenyans, can also be part of the conversation. I'm told a good friend of mine called Mr. Faud, who is also the chairperson of all head of institutions in Kenya, is here. I want to give him an opportunity to say hello. Mr. Ali. And as he come here, let me recognize the State Department for Science, Research and Innovation, AMREF, Coalition of Sustainable Development. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Dr. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Fuad Ali, the National Chair for Kenya Comprehensive Schools Heads Association and the Principal Nairobi Comprehensive School. And as an association, we deal with both gender. We have the boys and the girls in our institutions. And in the normal circumstances, many have narrated some stories here. It is true, sometimes when you're talking of gender, what comes in our minds is the girl child. And there was a time that we worked so hard for the girl child, so hard, I being part of that team, to an extent that we overlooked the boy child, because we're talking of gender, and we're only referring to the girl child. So every attention was given to the girl child. Even at home, me being one of them, when my girl comes to complain about anything, it will be done within a fraction of a second. If she gives an order, she wants something to be purchased for her, the same moment it will be done. If she does a mistake, she will be pampered and don't be told take it easy. But when the boy comes to me and cries, he needs one or two things. The first thing I'll tell him, come on, you're a boy. So the boy child had reached at a stage that felt that he is being now overshadowed by the girl child. So as much as we're concentrating on the issues of gender, I think we're in the right track, considering both gender, both the boys and the girls. And again, we see when we were in school, we used to be told, how can you be defeated by a girl? How? Inaingia wapi akilini? It's like it doesn't make sense. You must, by any means. I remember one person saying here that from Mizizi, you were given canes, strokes for being defeated. So yes, we love our girls as much as we love our boys, and our perspective as Keksha is we will make sure that we give equal attention to both the boys and the girls. Where I came from the coast region, we have concentrated a lot on the girls, and what has happened to our boys now? They're left in the beaches, they are the main drug peddlers and so forth. And now our homestead, when you look at them, the life is changing. And I'm told in some parts of the country, I don't want to mention which region, the men will only be seen in the evening at home. They can't even walk properly. And the women are the one doing the entire job every day. The livelihood of every day is being taken care of by the women. And in most cases in our schools, when you come to our schools, Daktari, you need to do this analysis in our schools, take some data in our schools. Most of our parents are single parents. And the children are brought up by mothers. Where are the fathers? Where is the boy child? I'm an advocate of the boy child, the same of, not because of my gender, but I don't want to see the boy child left behind, as much as we are moving fast with the girl child. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be here today, and we shall move this journey together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think what he is telling us is that the National Gender Research Agenda should not be seen as a conversation of women and girls only. It is an invitation that as a researcher, don't go there with any biasness, isn't it? Thinking that what you'll find is girls left behind, and if you find something different, you start questioning whether your methodology or your tools are okay. And I think that is also what Dr. Maurice Mutisia was mentioning, that the boy child scored a grade of E, a bigger percentage. And so we need to look at all those issues as researchers so that we tell the truth about what and who either is left behind, depending on the question you'll be trying to answer at that time. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize Talk Africa, International Organization of Migration, I think that I had mentioned. I'm told United Nations Industrial Development Organization is here. Had recognized KNBS, who are our key partners also in this journey of evidence generation. At this point, I will recognize in absentia Dr. Saruto, who is not able to get here because she is also the chairperson of Kisii University, and she is joining the president in the national conversation of Kenya Beyond Vision 2030. Why I recognize her is that some of the resources that have been spent to get us to this level was given to National Gender Inequality Commission by a kidney giving, and we were hoping they would be here so that we present a case of why it is important for them to continue funding the space of research and evidence generation, including funding universities, which I mentioned that is where most of the data is coming from. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to invite my colleague and friend, Honorable Josephat Lowoi, who works in the Office of the President in the Minority and Marginalized Affairs Unit, to give his introductory remarks. Honorable Lowoi. Tumpigie makofi. Mnapiga makofi. Tumpigie makofi. Asante sana. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Still morning. Good morning. Commissioner Margaret Karungaru, Sir Commissioner at Gender and Equality Commission, the CEO of Gender and Equality Commission, Daktari, my friend Purity Ngina, CEO or Director General of NACOSTI, my friend Daktari Ngige, professors who are here today, heads of institutions, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once more. As you've heard, I come from the office that is leading the national conversation today. And the conversation we are having here today should be part of the national conversation. And let me thank NGC and NACOSTI for leading this pack, for taking this initiative, because we need data for any planning by government or private institutions. And this conversation of the national gender research agenda is one of things that have been left behind for far too long. I work in the office of the president, and I do concentrate more with minority and marginalized communities. When we are seated here, we discuss about gender. But there's that part of the intersectionality where a community is already suffering marginalization. Then you add the gender aspect of it. Women in those areas suffer double jeopardy. I was asking myself while seated there, one of our speakers from Mississippi gave us very good statistics that we had only, we had 65% of S from boys, actually, our young men. But out of that, do you know that Turkana County from 2015 has never produced an A? When you speak of 48,000 E's, 90% of those E's come from these marginalized areas. Before even we reach this level of speaking about gender equality. Are we going even to find these people to be on this platform to speak about those issues? In these marginalized counties, all the schools are the so-called sub-county schools that produce the worst grades that we have. All of them. When we are doing our national statistics, when we are not even hitting the international average required, that average is pulled behind by the results from those marginal areas. Just imagine, in this day and era, there are still kids studying under trees. A school in El Molo submerged underwater 6 months ago, but up to today, nobody cares where those kids are. A school in a place I come from called Ilmanyang, where a community that does not sweat, and I'm happy that the CEO has told me we are going to visit them in October. A community that they don't have even pores in their skin. Their school was swept by flood sometimes back, but up to date, nobody cares even to know where those kids are. As we speak, just very fast, in Mandera, the candidates, even this year, the boy child are taking 65% of the share of the candidates who are going to sit for exams this year. In Mandera, 65% are men. Where are those girls? Even if they go through the formal education and finish their class 8 or grade 8 or grade 10, whatever for now, how are we going to save them from the negative culture of marrying them at that age? We sit here. How many of us are from those marginalized communities by percentage? Then who is representing them in this discussion? Even those who will be seated here are us, who, because of the harsh weather conditions, ran to these towns, were born here, still carry their blood, but we don't share their suffering. While when we are developing our research questions, how are we including them so that the questions we are asking are not discriminative? There are communities in those regions that are still so indigenous, and allow me use that. And when I use indigenous, it's not about backwardness. You ask other questions, they answer you the opposite. But because you're just a researcher, you'll collect it as said, but you cannot read the other signs of the unspoken truth. How are we going to close that gap that is making Kenya look so negative on these spaces by making sure that we use an affirmative action and pull those people who are so down to at least an average level so that our statistics and our levels will be in some in a good standing that is acceptable internationally? How are we going to reduce the 48,000 E's, 90% of which are from these communities? When are we going to get doctors from those communities? Apart from a few that were sponsored by partners, by NGOs, where are those from government schools who just came straight from their primary, junior secondary or secondary to university by their own progress? When we are doing this research, is it a standard thing that we should all have A's? How can I get an A when I don't know even what a lab is? When can I concentrate when I go 48 kilometers, 60 kilometers looking for water and the boys are in school? When am I going to produce an A when the drought eats Samburu I go looking after my cattle for 3 months, and when it rains, then I come back and continue education. And those in Nairobi are even dropped by Prados and everything to school, and I'm to compete with them at the end of my studies. How? Are we going to? Dr. Ngena said it's a conversation. How are we going to structure our questions so that it covers inclusivity? Those questions be inclusive by themselves, so that it is not forward-looking. We have also people who are still in the formative stages. They are still just coming up. I move across this country. I just came from Isiolo, Marsabit, Laikipia. I visited schools where they don't even have teachers. I went to a facility, a health facility, that a standard 8 dropout is the doctor and the clerk and the midwife in an hospital. And people are very happy and clapping for him. And we want our statistics to speak about it. So when we are doing this research, the gender-based research, let us consider those communities and make sure that we also inclusive in our questions so that we get the correct data, and this will help the government plan. Finally, we need to delocalize or something. Some researchers. We have research that was done by our colonizers, and we still want to use them. I asked someone, when we say Kambas were long-distance traders, but Leo or Tembei, they cannot even leave their areas. There are still Masais you'll find in every other county selling some, I don't know. How can we do research that conforms to the current time? Research that is indigenous-based. Research that is community-based. Research that is done by our doctors that have learned by our money, by professors that are led by ourselves, instead of relying on research that were done by people who wanted to use them and to colonize us. We, the minority and the marginalized community, are crying to you, the researchers. Be skewed for once. Give government data about us so that they can plan for us. Give government data, correct one, so that they can plan for us. Finally, when you are doing research, also do research on how your data can be used to influence policy and other planning documents. We do a lot of research. We have quite a number of documents, but they are not used in planning. Because we finish our work here, Parliament is doing some policy, and as our department is doing some policy, we are not there to influence the outcome of that policy. We get policies that are negating the research that has been done by you. We also need to do research on how to implement the research work we've done. We need to do research on how to go and influence Parliament, influence county assemblies, so that our research can influence development in this country. Thank you very much, and God bless us.
Thank you so much, Honorable Owoye. You can hear how he's passionate. You wouldn't expect the office of the president to be saying some of the things he says there, but he is a person who goes to the ground every day. When we were doing our research in the 19 counties on issues of girls' education and how marginalized or not marginalized they are, he was with us collecting data. And I think he went to Narok and that area, and the things that he collected was, I mean, you go to the ground and you ask ourselves whether we are still in the same place. And I'm happy that from that conversation, if you remember on 18th of December, the president himself launched the national policy on ethnic minority, indigenous, and marginalized groups. And one of the declaration he made that day is that there was a kitty of 200 billion that was supposed to support girls' education. And I think we need to keep on following to see how many girls have benefited. The way he is saying some schools have been submerged, in that data, we were able to see where in some areas, the children are walking for 78 minutes to go to school. That is 1 hour plus. So most of them, what would happen? They will either be taken advantage along the way, some will be tired, and maybe that is one of the contributors of low learning outcome. And I would invite all of us to look at that study that was done by the National Gender and Equality Commission in good partnership with the Office of the President. I am told most of us would want to take a cup of tea and get a healthy break, and I wouldn't want to be the person stopping that. So after that, when we come back, we shall listen to the technical presentation, and by that time the chief guest will have arrived so that we can disseminate the document. So it is now 11:12. I request if we are back at 11:30, that gives us 18 minutes. Tafadhali, so that we don't spend a lot of time. Thank you so much. Tea is ready and served just outside. You are free to go for tea.
I broke down my business, I'm a shana, you go fly through. All I get 49. Happiness. If I broke down my business, I'm a shana, you go fly through. All I get 49. Happiness. If I broke down my business, I'm a shana, you go fly through. All I get 49.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the second phase of our program. So kindly, the people who are still outside, kindly let's find our way back and back to our seats so that we can start the next session of our program. Tafadhali wale sote ambao bado tuko nje, tafadhali let's find our way inside the auditorium so that we can start. Music. Ladies and gentlemen, the DJ, can you take the music down? It's still morning, so ladies and gentlemen, karibuni sana. Thank you very much. We are just about to start our next session, the technical presentation. So asanteni sana for everyone who is already here as we start our next session. And just before we start, I want to, I know he was already on stage, but I want to recognize Mr. Fuad Ali. So Fuad Ali was actually my teacher. Najua nikumbuki. That is the thing about teachers. Fuad Ali was my teacher back at Serra Primary School in Mombasa. Na alinichapa sana. So I think today is day he will pay for those mistakes. You know, and you remember that meme of yuko wapi mwalimu alisema sitafika mbali. He is one who said sitafika mbali. And he's happy. I'm so happy to see him today. I will remind him that actually niko mbali. Sindio? So thank you very much, Mr. Fuad. Asante sana. We are moving to our next session, which is the technical presentation. And I think I will invite Dr. Ngina again to just lead us through this very important session. Thank you. Ama, you want to do it from here?
I can do it from here. Colleagues, thank you so much for honoring time. Time management is a very important skill. We are now going to the technical presentations. I am going to invite Dr. Wakiaga, who is going to make the technical presentation. One of the things that you'll see that this is a collaborative process. Yes, NGC or Mizizi, Nakosti might be on the if you look at the program, but we have all of you as our partners. After this, we shall invite people to make contributions. So in your table, you can have one person who will maybe make a comment on what you hear from this technical presentation. Thank you so much. Karibu sana, Dr. Wakiaga. Tumpigie makofi.
So good morning, everyone. All protocols are observed. You know, from where we come from, and I see OGW is already smiling. We are not very good at that, but I'm learning today. So as someone earlier on said, let me ride on the protocols that have already been established. So I'm from the African Population and Health Research Center. I'm in education, particularly the higher education research area. In addition to that, I am the gender point person at APHRC and part of the technical committee that has made contributions to the document, the NGRA, as well as the successive events that have culminated up to this point. And it's so heartwarming to see how far we are coming with this work, and just appreciating all the members who are here, or the partners who are here. And Prof, karibu sana, and your sentiments are noted. We defer to our mothers. Mothers are very special people. And I'm sure Dr. Ngina has heard. Yes, thank you so much. So I'm going to quickly go through the presentation. I don't know why it's not coming up there. Is it? Oh, there you go. All right, so I am just going to go through it. There are some of you who are already privy to the document itself, the full report. If not, maybe you can check on, I think, the NGEC website, as well as the Mizizi Elimu Africa website. And I would also like to thank Dr. Ngina for making the connection between NGRA and what Harry is doing. In fact, I think it was Mutisia. Morris, you're the one who connected Harry and NGRA. So for those who don't know, about HERI. HERI is the Harnessing Education Research for Impact in Africa, and it's bringing together. Right now we are 8 partners, but with more because there's a conversation around having a research chair on gender. So in terms of revitalizing education research, that is what HERI is about. So issues of capacity building of individual and institutional research, so as to uplift research in education. And there are 3 research chairs currently. As Nginat said, we have math, we have languages, and then we also have life skills. But then gender is another one that is upcoming. And so those of us in higher education, our mom there, that is a call. You cried and there is something that is cooking. So looking for the research chair for that, and I think some information will be going out soon. And then on the issue of indigenous knowledge, and Honorable, you talked about, are we thinking about us? You know, even when we look at HERI and the research that is being done, we find that 90% of the funding comes from outside for the research that we are doing in the continent. So what does that tell us about driving our own agenda and solving our own problems? It is often said, if you are not on the table, you are on the menu, isn't it? Yes, and we're even adding on to it that if there's a table and you are not invited, create your own table. So we hope that these kinds of initiatives that we are having here are part of driving us to be able to do that. Okay, so maybe just to do a bit of ground setting for this work that is being done. When we look at what we have in terms of legal mandates, in terms of policies, in terms of guidelines, Kenya has done a good job in terms of that. And Honorable, I think you also mentioned that in your speech. And there are several policies. What is mentioned here is just one of them, but a lot of policies around just strengthening issues of gender equity and inclusion, right from education into all sectors. I think now it is a requirement for public universities, according to the Commission for University Education, that each institution, before they are accredited or they are given a charter, they have to have a gender policy. And when you go into education, we have all the policies and guidelines that are covering issues of equality across, whether you are talking about the boy child or the girl child, and also specifically focusing on equity issues. But we still have a lot of challenges when we look at various sectors. For example, in terms of employment, we find that we still have lower numbers of women compared to men in the workforce. And then when you also look at the pay, we continue to have pay gaps with women earning less than the men. Dr. Ngina has done a bit of work on women leadership. I think you have a report that was released last year looking at leadership of women in higher education. When you look at the senior leadership in terms of governance especially, you can count on your fingers how many women vice chancellors we have, or those who are in senior leadership, or who are chairs of governing councils and so on. So we see persistent challenges in terms of women being able to access these resources and be in positions where they are able to make decisions. So when you also look at, when we come to issues of research, and you look at the impact or the status of the research, you find it very fragmented and uncoordinated. And Honorable, maybe that can also be one of the things that we can attribute to the challenges that exist. When you ask, what are those research questions and how do they address the issues that face women, or when we talk about issues of inclusion for the marginalized communities, where is that data? Actually, where is it? So these are some of the challenges from the background information that we put together when we were developing this document. And then in addition to that, for the data that actually exists, there is no connectivity. I know OGW usually has a word there for that silo kind of situation into something, but you know the word. Then also synthesizing this evidence in such a way that it can be able to inform policy as well as practice, to be able to come up with relevant guidelines. We find that synthesizing this data is a problem. When Dr. Ngina spoke here, she said that most of the research is in the universities, but how is it trickling down to stakeholders? We have a lot of representation here. I don't know how many of us in each of our organizations can actually stand up and say, yes, I'm with, I use data from University of Nairobi, or from Kenyatta University, or from Moi University. How many of us can actually be able to stand up and say that there is that kind of collaboration, connectivity in terms of evidence that is generated in higher education, and how it is being used with the different organizations who actually are doing the work at the ground or on the ground. So there is therefore need for centralization of this data, and in terms of not only centralizing it, but we also have to ensure that it is quality data. I was just having a conversation with Rosemary Bowen. Where is Rosemary? From Yes, thank you. I was having a discussion with her in terms of how do we qualify citizen data so that KNBS can accept it, and it can be data that we can say, okay, this is quality data, acceptable data that all across can be able to use. And then also there is also need to have a centralized repository for this, and these are some of the initiatives that the NGRA is targeting. So what are some of the strategies for strengthening this national gender research agenda? So first of all, making sure that KNBS plays a big role in that, and that it provides that support, and that the data that is generated actually aligns with, they have the gender sector statistics plan. And we know that when we have data that is mainstreamed within government institutions, there is acceptability, and then there is now that impetus to be able to push it forward. And also establishing a data hub specifically for JESI. So we see here we are talking about JESI and not only gender, because even Dr. Ngina, when you talked about issues of equity and inclusivity, it goes beyond gender. There are intersectionality issues there. So we think about those from low income, we think about those in marginalized areas, we think about those who have disability, and so on. Strengthening the capacities of all stakeholders, whether they are producing the data, they are using the data. So thinking about the full spectrum from generation, data generation, to actually translating that data into bite-sized information that can be easily taken up across the diverse stakeholders that are in this environment. Having multi-sectoral partnerships, and we can see it in this room. We don't have to go far. So being here, of course, exhibits interest that the stakeholders here have in this engagement. Having strategic advocacy and knowledge products, making sure that, number one, there's a strategy for that. How do you build a framework for advocacy? It is not enough maybe to just shake hands with the stakeholders, but then do you have a plan? Is there a plan? And in terms of also the knowledge outputs, having diverse knowledge outputs that can be able to reach a multiplicity of audiences. Leveraging technology and AI, that has been mentioned before, because we also want to keep up with the times. But then also there is, excuse me, responsible use of AI, because even as we are generating that data, we have to make sure that it actually speaks to the needs of the continent. When we look at, and this goes to some of the work we are also doing at APHRC, looking around issues of AI, and for example, like in health, you find that women's health problems in Africa are still not yet adequately addressed by AI. Because the algorithms or the let me say the LLMs, I'm not an expert, I'm kind of pulling some things off the top of my brain here. So the LLMs are not yet as developed in terms of having the language that can actually properly diagnose or identify challenges of women, of African women, in terms of their health. So when we think about integrating AI, we also have to think about, Honorable, the indigenous aspect of it. How do we make sure that who we are as African people are, that aspect is included in, very succinctly in the LLM, so that they can, when we use AI to come up with these solutions, that they adequately address and reflect our challenges and interests. So we have several priority areas, and please can someone time me? I'm a teacher, and teachers are known for talking. So please, someone, when there's almost time, please just flag me. So when we think about priority areas, these are I think there are 5 priority areas that actually have come out of this technical team and from the various stakeholders who have been part of the process, to say that when we talk about the NGRA and our priority areas, this is how they look like. Number 1 is actually thinking about root cause of gender inequality, and the conversations this morning alluded to that. So really looking at what are the gender norms that are really bringing about this inequality, looking at how our society is structured and shaped. When we look at the socioeconomic activities that our communities engage in, Honorable, when you talk about someone who has to walk, take their animals somewhere and then come back, or if it is the girl who has to go and fetch water and come back and miss out on schooling, you find that some of these, they might not even be cultural, but they could be socioeconomic. So all that intersection, how do those, in terms of culture, socioeconomic, and so on, how do those then contribute to gender inequality? Then that goes into the second point of intersectionality, and we have to look at that within the various contexts, because intersectionality issues in one region might not be the same as intersectionality in another region. And then we also have to have an anchor when we are talking about generating data, that piece of framework that we are looking through when we are trying to come up with these problems, or looking at these problems, dissecting these problems. What are the frameworks or the transformative frameworks that we are working through? Because of course, for us wearing the hat of research, you not only do research to solve a problem, but you also want to add to the existing body of knowledge. And how do you do that? You anchor it on a framework. And of course, I think, Ngina, it's also a challenge to us. We were challenged yesterday in the meeting. We're having some meeting yesterday of, where are our African frameworks? You know, we borrow a lot from the global north models, but where are our African frameworks? And not only Ubuntu, I think Ubuntu has been overused, but let's also, and our mom here, that is a challenge to universities to come up, and of course, you know, you don't build a framework, theoretical framework by yourself, but then thinking about how do we develop our own authentic frameworks that we can use to anchor that as we are dealing with our challenges. And then, of course, emerging issues are very important. We are in the global village. We have to think about, we've talked about AI, issues of climate change, the digital divide. Sometimes we talk about adopting some of these technologies that are coming, but we have to think about issues of socioeconomic disparities, whether it's in education or other sectors, in terms of adopting some of these technologies that are coming. So what is the way forward? One of it, and I've already talked about that, is to develop a platform. We want to have a data hub where we can be able to bring all these researchers together, making it easier for researchers to find information that can better inform what they do. But in addition to that, the various stakeholders who are also digesting this evidence that has been generated, they can be able to have one centralized place where they can access the information. And we have a lot of support, of course, from NEC, and then also from NGEC, and then also from NACOSTI. We know they play a big role in terms of that. And then, of course, platforms. Let's use various platforms to be able to disseminate this information, this evidence, and not only, as I mentioned earlier on, not only having readable outputs, but then also using other different channels, other different media, other different engagements to be able to disseminate this information. And then, more importantly, connect evidence to strategy. When we connect evidence to strategy, then we are able to make sure that there's that pipeline of where this evidence can actually translate from policy into action. I think, have I passed? I think I've passed something. Disseminate. Okay, so the other thing also is disseminating the NGRA, like what we are doing today. We're actually here to do dissemination and also hear back, you know, from our various partners who are in the room, whether we are going in the right direction or not. And then we want to actualize the NGRA. From here, we are hoping that the partners will say, I've picked a piece that is useful for me and my organization that I can be able to implement. And of course, we have to remember our early career researchers as well as those who supported them to produce this knowledge, and making sure that when they are carrying out research around gender issues, that the NGRA is at the top of their list, because we have those 5 priority areas, and that is the first go-to place when research is being carried out. And then, of course, we've already talked about the research hub as a platform where this evidence being generated can be deposited into a place that is accessible. And with that, I would like to stop and thank you very much for your time.
Ile makofi ilikuwa ya Onyayo. Do you know it? The 333. Let's do that. Thank you so much, Dr. Wakiaga. And I think she has presented something so rich if you use the angle of a researcher. And I would want us to make our thoughts and contributions to what we have heard, and whether there are opportunities that you see that link to the work that you're doing. Just to mention that, you remember last year, the President of the Republic of Kenya formed a technical working group to look into matters of gender-based violence and femicide. And if you have read that document, some of the questions that we needed to answer really, what is the cause of gender-based violence? maybe if I asked you, you'd have probably your own understanding of what causes gender-based violence. But as a researcher, you'd want to go to the ground and ask the people, so that probably the nuances that probably you as a person might not have them, they can come out from the research. And that is why you'll see us talking about root causes of gender inequality, because some of the contributors could be gender inequality. And National Gender Inequality Commission is working and has been working on the space of in line with SDG 10 of looking at how can we reduce inequality. We did a study that is able to point out some of the areas that are there, and now we are developing an action plan that would actually help this country to reduce inequality. And I hope my director, when he gets the mic, he can mention something towards that, because I think that is a very important area. Issues of intersectionality, I think that is something that we all understand, that we are not a homogeneous group. Even when you think about women, you need to think about whether women in leadership, study them, women in the middle level. One of the questions, when like 2 weeks ago, we released a report on accessibility, which was touching on disability, issues of board, who are in the boards in Kenya, are they men or women? Teacher leadership, who is teaching and who is leading the school. And we need to ask ourselves, if you find that women are teaching and not leading, what is the problem? Sometimes people will just throw the word patriarchal, but is it really patriarchal? What is the root cause? That is why research is important, so that you don't just throw one word. And because we have had it forever, of issues of norms, issues of patriarchal, but we need to go deeper. And that is why research is important, so that when we are answering the question why, we probably have few women or few men, depending on which space you are in, then we have enough evidence that can back us up. And I am inviting all of us then to look at these 5 key thematic areas. See where you align, what you're doing in your organization, how we can pull resources together. I think the CEO, my co-host, said we need to stop these issues of duplication. If you have 10 million, it is better to put them in one basket and do something thorough, isn't it? And I think that is why this conversation for us is important. Issues of climate change, climate justice. Recently, I hosted the CEO of KEFRI, and she brought to me, to my attention, a very interesting phenomenon, that when you analyze, you have had people adopting forests, isn't it, and hills. Have you had a woman doing so? I can see, I don't know. She in her own research, she has seen gentlemen adopting hills. But when you think who plants the seedlings, who works on the seedlings? The women work on the seedlings, the nurseries, they take the trees, they plant them, they nurture them. But when you start cutting the twigs, you take to the factories, then the gentleman appears. And that was based on research, actually, that she has done. And I reflected, for sure it is true. It's only that I was so blind, I hadn't seen it. If you plant trees in your home and you want to cut them, you don't own the land. Many women don't own the land. At least now with the progressive policies, we have seen women starting to own. But in our villages, it's a very small percentage. So who will sell the trees? It is likely, isn't it? And I'm not biased. We said as a researcher, and I can see Professor Faith looking at me, thinking that I'm starting to put the women card. And Ali said also men, boys have been left behind. But the data sometimes. So I'm just saying that there's need to go deeper, so that if it's issues of climate change, issues of AI, if you tell your phone right now, ChatGPT, to tell you a story, there's a possibility it will give you a he. I have tried in many phenomena, in many things. It will put a he in the conversation. Why? Because the people at the back end, or the data that it has looked around, is contributed by gentlemen. If you look at KSCD, and I'm happy they are here, if you analyze the authors of textbooks, just raising issues that researchers need to tell us. If the authors of a bigger percentage are men, do they affect what we see in schools? I don't know. I would want a researcher to tell me whether they would be, if my children read a book written by a lady and another one written by a man, does it have any correlation in their thinking? As a researcher, maybe not, but it's only evidence that can help us go deeper. Right now, recent research that was released has said that this is the first generation. My generation is the first to have less IQ than our parents. Why? I don't know. They are attributing it to AI, to technology. Is it so? Could it be true? Then we have emerging issues on point 5, emerging and contemporary issues in gender, AI, climate change, health, foreign policy, technology-facilitated gender-based violence, humanitarian crisis, gender and disaster preparedness. We have, as National Gender and Equality Commission, have been very keen to ensure that even when the government is providing food, they also look at it in the gender perspective, especially when we had flood, we had drought, and these are some of the questions that we need to answer. So we have the mics going round. I can see one mic there. So I'm inviting anyone who would want to make a comment to do so. I don't know how many mics we have. I also request to get somebody to, remember this is not, no one is there to respond. It is a conversation. So give your perspective, isn't it? If a perspective is given that you'd want to respond to it. I will invite a few. I don't know whether director you'd want first to speak about. We take round and then he will come back and maybe close it up. So I can see Professor. I won't be here. I'll also come back down there. So the mic can just go around and all of us can take our notes. Asante. Welcome.
Thank you so much. And I would like to thank Dr. Wakiaga for that presentation. I just had a few insights on some of the things that she went through. I see this NGRA is for 2025-2029. And I was wondering whether we could have a theme for each year, and for the themes for the sections we have here, we give each year for a particular research, so that we bring issue of innovation and creativity, and I think that will help us enrich the discussions. Secondly, I also thought that research, we have been doing it, as we say, in silos. Is it possible to see it as an ecosystem, so that after mapping the stakeholders we have in this room, we can know the role the government plays, the universities play, the civil society play, the different groups, and in that case we can see how we use the data that we generate and benefit the whole system. And then after that, I also wanted to mention the issue of research on gender at the UN level. Right now, there's a lot of research on United Nations, and I think this should not be left out in our research on gender. Particularly now, Article 109 is a real critical issue in the reform of the UN system that should be covered. Then when it comes to the marginalized groups, I was talking to Honorable Lewoy, and I was saying that the gap there, because some of us have spent a number of years with the marginalized groups, we could talk of equalization curriculum, where we actually appreciate the knowledge of indigenous communities. These are organic systems for Africa that are still existing, and we have a lot to learn from. We should preserve them and actually benefit from them. But to add to maybe to remove some of the challenges they face, they can have sessions outside for study tours where they can catch up with the rest of the team or their peers. But we should not see indigenous communities as primitive or lagging behind. Those are organic systems we should support and are very strong in terms of research and should be preserved, according to me. And then also, when we talk of the frameworks, African frameworks that Dr. Wakiaga mentioned, I think this also aligns with the research we have. When you publish African information outside, it's never taken very positively. They feel it's not very relevant most of the times. And even if you develop African frameworks, they will feel that it is not very, very useful. It may not be published. And therefore, it is time we also try to grow indigenous journals that we can support and grow and make them also famous, just like the ones we are looking for. And this actually requires an effort from the very beginning. And maybe just to finish, I had a chance yesterday of being in a panel where we are talking about teacher professional development. And they talk about primary and secondary. But I think this should be a system from primary, secondary, university, and then policy when it comes to research, and then the workplace, so that we don't miss any gaps and our knowledge is utilized properly. And then lastly, to say that in every research we do, we normally have the policy recommendations. So the policies are there. What we need, for example, maybe NACOSTI or another body, can be going back when people graduate, look at those policy recommendations in PhDs and masters, and this is what they can use to advise even the president on what needs to be done for the next level. The policies are there. Somebody needs to take initiative. Thank you very much. And just to close with what you talked about, the GBV, I think the issue that we face, my father always told me that for women, we have one big weakness. While the human rights tell us that my body, my right, he told me if you want to be a voice for women in the world, you must keep your clothes very tight. You have to lock your body. That is where GBV comes in. Women, stand for yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Any other? There is a lady at the back.
Good morning, everyone. It's no longer morning, sorry. Good afternoon. Yeah, so I'm very excited to be part of this conversation. And from the presentation, of course, I want to give the feedback I want to give. I'm actually drawing from the report of the NGRA. So on that report, when we were invited, of course, I went through it. And I can see that a lot of work was put in, and we could see that the writers of this, or the contributors have made sure that they have put in what we can research on. And then they have also given a very good way forward. We have data hubs, we have PhD capacity building. We are going to have annual evidence briefs and roundtables. But then I could not see a clearer implementation and accountability framework that is actually picked in the report. So my wonder, and maybe just some addition, maybe as we sit back to look through it, is to maybe ask ourselves in the next few years, say 2-3 years, how will we be able to say NGRA has succeeded? And in this case, not just looking at the number of studies that have been carried out, but maybe thinking about how the studies have changed the policies, how budgets have changed, and how programs look now for women, girls, and other gender special groups. The second aspect that I want to talk about is we are in Kenya and Kiswahili is our national language. And so there's a methali that says, Kila mwamba ngoma huvutia upande wake. I come from Fawe, Kenya. We are very keen on girls' education and gender inclusivity. So when I was reading this report, of course, I was looking at it from that aspect as well. And I could see that a lot of touching on children, adolescents, and education is there in the document. But I more like feel it needs to be given a little more visibility. And in this case, I could see that we have picked very well the root causes of gender inequality in the report. And most of those root causes are actually touching on children and women. So whereas those have been picked in the special interest groups that are being called SIGs in this report, I could still feel from our far side that this agenda could look more, especially when we come to girls, want to look more on researches on the inequalities that affect them that have been picked, like child marriages, GPV, disability, poverty, digital exclusion. Those have been picked. But the question in these researches will be not only whether these girls have enrolled in school, but maybe think about if they have completed and transitioned, if those who have returned, and that is key for us, our program is on re-entry of girls, maybe a re-entry after pregnancy, maybe also just looking at gender transformative initiatives that have worked, that have supported the girls and children, and other aspects that I would love to talk about. And because of time, the last but not least bit that I needed to also just pick with us to think about is the matter of emphasis on implementation research. So like I've mentioned in the report, you can see it's very clear the root causes of gender inequality are they are more like really well picked. And so we all know where the problem is. For most of us here, we're actually running projects because of problems we picked that are also picked in here. But then the question in this research will be, in this agenda should be, how effective are majority of us, the interventions that we are putting in, how effective are they? Can they be scaled in real world? So I don't see a prominence of implementation research in this agenda, yet majority of us are already implementing some things. So I feel like we can strengthen this agenda by also looking at what are partners doing, what is working for them, how are they funding whatever it is that is working, and how can we put to scale some of the interventions that partners are already taking on. So I will feel like we will actually give some prominence and some emphasis on implementation research in this agenda. Thank you very much.
Okay. My name is Sam Oando. I work with PASGA. PASGA is the Partnership for Social and Governance Research. We are based at Upper Hill. I want to first really congratulate the Commission and NACOSTI for producing this wonderful agenda. And thanks, my friend, Dr. Wakiaga, for articulate presentation to us. Now, if we look at page 8 of the document, the second paragraph, there are a lot of commitments that really caught my attention. One, there is a kind of recognition of the need for coordinated research and data management. Two, there is also a recognition of structured research and engagement framework. Three, an aspect of moving the research into the policy ecosystem and formulation and implementation. And finally, building institutions accountable for their actions. They raise my interest into asking a question like, after this meeting, what will happen next? And how do we realize these? And so I think we may need to have an action plan developed from this document, so then we don't have agenda for a meeting without action points for follow-up. And collectively, I think maybe one entity or the other among us here might be really useful in developing these action points. So at PASGA, we work with government entities to see how we connect the gap or the fragmentation in translating our research findings into evidence for action. I'm glad that the University of Nairobi is here and University of Embu. we may want to appeal to the universities that first of all, we see how to not only synthesize our research findings, but also see how to guide students accordingly, so that what we call the big pile of research in the universities become useful to the government. And it can only become useful to the government if we have that structured engagement. And when we talk in this document that we hold or build institutions that are accountable, no one will go back to read this document after we leave here, most of us. But we need to have a mechanism of now walking the talk. And so if we can have follow-up action points, it would be really clear for us to see how we move these commitments into action. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Wakiaga, also for the presentation. Mine was actually on the way forward. I just noted that on point 3, you mentioned that we build the capacity of PhD students and their supervisors. I was just concerned that could we broaden this to other masters and other postgraduate students, because a lot of research is also done at that level. And if we narrow it to only PhD students, we may miss a critical mass of students. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Silas David. I chair the Parents Association of Kenya under the Ministry of Education. Research plays a very critical role in terms of understanding the issues of retention, transition, even placement and completion of the learners. So, according to what we are saying today on gender issues, where are parents in this whole matter? Because is there a way that parents can be involved through universities, through the Ministry of Education, through development partners to work together and raise the issues that are affecting parents, especially, like, for example, on issues of child protection? Parents may not be very much informed about the issue of child protection. Challenges facing boys and girls when it comes maybe to career pathways. Do the parents understand this very well as far as gender is concerned? Making of decisions even at home, not only at school. Where are the parents in this? Can they also be informed? So it's a good project that we are talking about, but let us see how we can move together as a team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Walter Mounde from the Women Educational Researchers of Kenya. And I have to congratulate Dr. Wakiaga and team for the work that you've done. This is actually very commendable. And to also appreciate the progress we have made from where previously we could make progress, especially in gender as CSOs. But at the moment now we are working hand in hand with the government, especially in this. And what we look forward to is that this progress reflects also in government documentation, and especially in the areas that we've spoken about in the report to strengthen the national gender research agenda, is that we need to look at financing, not just within the NGO world, but even within government. And more than that, localization of solutions, because we are looking at utilizing the evidence to action. How does this action speak to the localization agenda, for the community-based implementation that is happening? More than that, I'm also, this has taken me back to my time in school. When I joined university, my colleagues used to joke that I was admitted to study gender and development studies. And they could tell me, gender is men and women. So what are you studying for 4 years? But when I went to class, I met Mrs. Moki, who was one of our lecturers. And she told me that when you're writing about gender, we have to say boys, girls, men, women. In fact, if you didn't write it that way, you could not get a mark. basically what I'm speaking to is that we have a point where we are saying that we want to position men and boys in the gender transformation, in the gender transformative research agenda. When we say gender transformative research agenda, the boys and girls, men and women, are already in the gender transformative research agenda when we are positioning it or framing it as so. This document speaks to Vision 2030. So basically, in the remaining period, we have to work hand in hand with the boys and men, but not positioning them, because they are also beneficiaries of the same research. And even where we say that they have already, gone steps ahead, we need them to be our allies in the girls and women that we are supporting. And more than that, currently the government is looking forward to Vision 2060. And the initial document that was released, I tried to scan through. Maybe we need to put our eyes over there, that we don't plan for Vision 2060 without clearly looking at what is in it in terms of gender transformation. Thank you.
So good afternoon. My name is Rosemary Bowen from KNBS, and we are here together with my colleagues from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And I just want to say that we really appreciate the launch of this research agenda, and we are part of this process, and we are very excited about the initiative. Just wanted to underscore a few issues about use of citizen-generated data for official reporting. There is an initiative that we have carried out as KNBS to ensure that within our mandate, we are supposed to ensure that there are standards and quality in terms of production of statistics. And we have what we call CASCAF. It is a framework for ensuring that we have quality statistics. So within that CASCAF, we have a criteria for validating citizen-generated data to be used for official reporting. And therefore, in the high demand for quality statistics, and of course, resources are always limited. I'm sure we have several economists in this room. We have to find innovative ways of admitting statistics that meet quality to be used. So we have that criteria that we use, and the KNBS is ready to admit as much citizen data as possible to be used for official reporting. And therefore, within this research agenda for gender, one of the ways of increasing the supply of quality statistics to be used is by employing the CGD criteria and our quality assurance. I also want to say that we have the gender sector statistics plan that is related to the Kenya Strategy for Development of Statistics, covering this period now, I think 2024 to 2028, that should be able to help us to generate more statistics. So as we work together, that would be our contribution as the KNBS to ensure that within the gender sector statistics plan and the KSDS, we produce as much statistics that are of quality to be able to support the agenda. So, of course, it is within our strategic plan as KNBS to ensure that we modernize statistics, not just to move away from the traditional method of producing statistics, but generally becoming a data steward and ensuring that there is quality within the national statistical system in terms of the statistics that are being produced. And I believe that this agenda will benefit even from the mandate of KNBS in ensuring that across the national statistical system, there is coordination and also that standards are kept so that anybody using the data that is within the national statistical system is assured of quality. So mine is just to add this voice to say that as KNBS, we support this agenda, and we lend our our position and also whatever resources that we have to be able to ensure that we have quality statistics to drive this agenda forward. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Lennox from Impact Inclusive Hub, and I'd like to mention a few points that perhaps we can start looking at. One of the there's a colleague of mine who mentioned about the action plans that we are likely to implement from this place. And so since this is a strategy that's running from 2025 to 2029, then one of the things that we can be able to look at is just have a comprehensive policy analysis and legal framework of Kenya. So this is something that is going to enable us identify where we are as a nation, identify where our policies reach. And so this analysis perhaps could entail a review of the national policies, county policies and strategies, and also assess the gaps and the gains that these policies have had. Because we might be talking about existing policies, but an in-depth analysis of the legal framework will help us understand what are some of the challenges that are existing in these respective policies, what are some of the gains that these policies have been able to achieve, and how can we be able to leverage on that also. And as Prof said, after that, then now we come up with policy recommendations for the respective policies to help us move forward. The other thing would be perhaps to look at the respective stakeholders from the national government, from the county government, and even youth groups and women groups across every sector. And so that I believe is going to help us move the research agenda forward. The other thing would be about gender responsive budgeting, because when we are talking about doing research and also publishing it, then one thing that we need also to take into consideration is do we really have enough resources that we have been able to allocate to gender sectors that will help us initiate the process going forward. Thank you so much.
Maybe we can have one or two more comments before we move to the next session. Any other person with a comment, a question? We have a comment here.
Thank you. My name is Lucy Mugambi from the Teacher Service Commission. Mine is a concern on the implementation and accountability. How do we ensure that the evidence generated from the research actually gets into the institutions and translates into specific actions? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question, comment? We have one over there. We are all picking out of this.
Thank you so much. I didn't know Tanianika like that. You know, that's the danger of being the face of something. Now I seem like I'm the face of the document. But my team members are here. If I make any missteps, they can be able to add. So I really want to appreciate each and everybody's comments and feedback. And from what I see, there's good resources. Because then that way, if we complement that with what our funding partners are providing, then we'll be moving towards sustainability. Because we don't want situations whereby we start initiatives and then when our friends their time is up and they move, then the money also walks away. But if we have our own homegrown solutions, then that financial stability and sustainability is really important. There's a lot of conversation around evidence to policy action. That is very important. So how do we create and strengthen that synergy between the data producers and the data consumers and the whole continuum there? I am an education person. Thank you to TSC. Thank you to the State Department of Basic Education. A lot of changes that we are pushing for in terms of JC in totality, not only gender, has to be from the education space, because when we have an educated citizenry, and I'm not saying in terms of knowledge gained, but in terms of changes in values, in terms of how we carry ourselves, in terms of how we interact with others, really the school environment plays a very big role. So that would be my comment, Bwana MC. I hope it encompasses what everyone has said, and that we've taken all the feedback in good faith, and that we will see how best to incorporate them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wakiaga. Tumpigieni makofi tena. Thank you very much. I think that's really important, taking the feedback and trying to see how then it can fit in the general conversation that we are having. Our chief guest is just about to come in the next few minutes, so I'll allow the DJ to play one song as we wait for our chief guest to come in. One song, and then I will give directions on what next. Maybe just before the music, I think I would like to invite Dr. Kuria, OGW, to come and share a bit on what they do about inequality. As you've heard, there have been conversations about not just gender, but general inequality in our society. Kindly.
Thank you so much, MC. I am standing on the question that had been raised earlier by our CEO, requesting us to share with you some of the innovations and some of the work that we have done on the Kenya Inequality Reduction Action Plan, and to update the partners, because that's part of the research agenda that has been that was launched, and today's dissemination. So Kenya is about to join the Global Alliance for Reducing Inequalities as a pathfinder country. Currently, the countries that are in this alliance include ZEC, the Germany, the Ireland, Uruguay, and in Africa, we have Sierra Leone. So we just got the invitations less than a week ago. I think I saw a note verbal, so that we can join as the pathfinder country for this alliance. But what is the path and the journey that we have gotten into before we got this admission? A couple of years ago, the National Gender Equality Commission received resources from the GIZ to undertake a diagnostic study on the levels of inequalities in our country. Not just about the income and wealth and estimations of poverty, but also looking at the intra-population differentials on inequalities, on different measures. And with that inequality research output, then we engaged various stakeholders. Majority of you are seated here. And this is anchored on SDG 10, and to a greater extent on SDG 5, because then we were wearing a gender lens in the analysis. So a few partners include the KNBS, the Kenya Revenue Authority of Kenya, the CBK, the various ministries, particularly the ministry responsible for labor, And of course, there has been several changes in the notation and the executive order of those state departments and agencies. KIPRA is another agency. We have universities as well. I remember Professor Lingo was represented into it. And we conducted several physical incidents trainings to try and sensitize, particularly the economists and the planners in our country, on how to reframe and how to readdress and restate the commitment of Kenya in reducing the inequalities in various sectors of life. Now, I want to state the sectors that we looked at. One, of course, we are coming from a regime where we have huge tax system reforms. That was the key one. Progressive taxation, because we have to generate resources, and at the same time we have to be responsive in the utilization of the resources that we gather as a country. So looking at the both sides of the balance sheet, the expenditure and revenue as well, not just at the national level, but even the equitable share of the revenue to the national, to the county governments, the grants as well, and the loans as well. The second element that we looked at is the reform of the labor systems. And we're going to hear this afternoon on how skewed the labor opportunities are, particularly to both men and women, the informal sector, the formal sector, the waste management, the environmental related labor opportunities, the technology, STEM driven labor opportunities, and the like. So that was another major sector that we looked at. The third sector is the social safety of what we call the public social good, where you have the social safety systems, and this is cushioning particularly the most vulnerable populations, and not just shifting the vulnerabilities, because sometimes social safety systems can shift vulnerabilities, but most importantly is equitable in the response to the social needs, cushioning vulnerable populations. Think about the families that are living in, or they found themselves in street situations, those that are affected by emergencies, climatic shocks, and other catastrophes. So we looked at that as well. And the other dimension that we looked at is the health, because this is one of the critical sector within Article 43 of the Constitution, the socio-economic and socio-cultural rights. And Kenya has particularly invested the Equalization Fund towards the access, affordability, and delivery of health care. We know the various laws that has been assented to in the last, between 2024 and 2025, and the attendant regulations to operationalize that as well. Of course, in all this, you're giving it a gender dimension, and the results of this analysis is what is taking us to the next step of joining the Global Alliance for Reducing Inequalities. We have been cited quite often, particularly at the DAC, the OECD. We present a lot of such papers at OECD. I don't think there's any conference and side events that have happened under the OECD, particularly in Germany, that we have not presented on some of the very interesting outcomes and some of the responses that we have seen our country has considered. Now, building onto this are very interesting new dimensions to addressing inequalities, and one is the gender dimensions of corruption, which is supported by the UNODC, together with the EACC, ourselves as the National Gender Equality Commission, and the Bureau provides the statistical frame and data collection. And other than that is the contributions and the role of persons with disabilities to anti-corruption programming, with the understanding that persons with disabilities are more likely and disproportionately likely to be affected by acts of corruption. They can also be agents of corruption as well. The other elements that has built onto this is the foresight thinking and thinking beyond the Agenda 2030. So it's quite interesting that as Kenya is launching this vision, 2060 Africa and 2063, the global community already is in a new pact, what we call the future generation. The generation of young persons, the generations of AI, technology, and addressing contemporary issues using the fourth revolution approaches. So that's another opportunity that has perhaps built the case for Kenya and for the National Gender Equality Commission to take lead in the reduction of, in the development of the action plan for the reduction of inequalities. Proudly said is that within the region, Kenya is the first country to have made an attempt to formulate such an action plan. So we'll be asking you to join us. I think majority of you have already received the invitations to the co-creation process. It's a process that takes a lot of critical thinking, a lot of formulation of analogies, a lot of development of scenarios, because it's beyond data. It's not just about public data, but it's moving beyond the public data to start thinking from ethnographic perspectives, a few scenarios, and modeling those scenarios in perhaps 2 decades to come, and projecting how life will look like, and how, if you reduce the inequalities, then what kind of dividends are you likely to position the country onto, whether you're talking of resources, detention, you're talking about the human, the happiness, the personal years of happiness, remove of stress and conflict among the communities, the very soft elements of it, not just the monetary or physical dividends that may come, that comes with it. So I just wanted to share that with yourselves, but there's quite a lot of other innovative studies that have built into this. We encourage you to look into our social handles, look at our various reports that we have, our website, and also conversations with our technical staff here. Then you're able to benefit from some of this. We're still creating more, particularly with IOM. I think they're still in here. I don't know whether they have left, new thinking on how to conduct more robust audits, particularly using the public data. There's quite a lot of public data that we hardly pay attention to, and one of it is the elections data. It's quite huge, isn't it? All of us vote, but very few of us go back to do the analysis on it, other than perhaps what is projected in the bombers of Kenya. And then there we are, we go to court and make some appeals and all those kind of things. But as researchers, there's a lot of public data that is residence with ourselves. There's a lot of data on wastes, for instance, and how much of that waste is not just generated by women, but also recycled by women in the circular industry, waste circular industry. That's another interesting source of public data is transportation. So with IM, we are looking at the whole movement of people. And this is because a couple of years ago we had support from UN Habitat to look at the equality and inclusion in public transport for persons with limited mobilities. We always look at persons with disabilities, but all of us at one point or another, if you are unwell, then you have limited mobility. If you are lactating, you have a young child, you're going to for some prenatal, postnatal clinic, then you have limited mobilities. So this is one of the things that we'll be looking into between now and December, the audit of the airports, which are, our airports are, corridors of, irregular migration. And sometimes we see women and girls are actually the victims of those migration. And sometimes the system works against them. Even when they have been trafficked, they end up in jail. And the person who has been propagating all this and is the perpetrator is really scot-free. and perhaps if they are put behind if they are put in the jails, then they graduate with PhDs and they are the lawyers who can represent themselves in any court of law, and all those kind of disadvantages that come with such irregular movement of and trafficking of persons. So be looking at those corridors of the migrations as well. Those are new and many others that we can cite that you're going to see the National Gender Inequality Commission being engaged in the next couple of months. Where is our moderator? You know, you're as short as myself, so I couldn't see you. So at this moment, we have our chief guests walking in. Please, let's give them a round of applause and appreciate. I know the energy has gone down, but there we are regaining it. Karibu sana, PS Salim. Karibu sana, chief guest as well. I now want to pass the microphone to our CEO, Madam Dr. Purity Gena, to take us from here. Thank you. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Our chief guest, Professor Shaukat, Principal Secretary, State Department of Science, Research and Innovation. PS Dr. Idris Dokota, Principal Secretary, State Department of Cabinet for Cabinet Affairs. Our Commissioner, Dr. Margaret Karungaru. The CEOs present are Professor Dixon Adala, CEO, National Research Fund. The CEO co-host, Dr. David Gige, Director General, National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation. Honorable Josephat Lowoi, Office of the President. He's in the Minority and Marginalized Affairs Unit. Chief guest, we have many guests from many different organizations, from government and also from non-state actors. We have UN agencies represented here. We have grassroots organizations that are represented here. And allow me not to read all of them, but I'll pass the list to your office. Ladies and gentlemen, just to move to the main other part, allow me to say, chief guest, that you have greetings and blessings for this meeting to continue from our chairperson, Honorable Rehema Jaldesa, who is represented by Dr. Margaret Karungaru, who is a commissioner. She was not able to be here because of other official duties. And because we had given introductory remarks, I will now go straight to invite my co-host, Dr. David Gige, who will run the program. Dr. David Gige. Daktari, I think you need to first go and have a chat with the PS. As Daktari is having that conversation, chief guest, allow me to mention that this document that we are launching today is a document that has been contributed by over 40 organizations, both state and non-state. And our aim was to bring us together, who are researchers. And we started with this space of gender. And as you know, is that for many years, this is a space we haven't seen a lot of work being done, especially in evidence generation and evidence use. We know that in Africa, we only contribute around 3% of the global evidence generation. And so this is a very timely conversation, because this time, Africa then, as we move towards contributing 50% of the global research, Kenya must be counted. And it has come at a time when the president has launched the conversation on Beyond Vision 2030. And I think evidence generation must be at the center, so that all the decisions we make moving forward will be guided on evidence. Also to mention, today is also a Youth International Youth Day. So again, this conversation comes at a time when Kenya has over 75% of its people being youth or being below the age of 35. So it is important then, how do we tie all those conversations that are happening today? And for us as National Gender and Equality Commission, a constitutional commission established at Article 59(4) and 5 of the Constitution, whose mandate is to promote equality and inclusion, we want to be a key player in the space of research, which is within one of our mandates. And we are hoping that we can continue this conversation together with all the partners so that we can contribute to the national conversation of Beyond Vision 2030 that is anchored on evidence generation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Peri Tingina, the co-host for this event. Thank you for the opportunity. Our distinguished participant, this afternoon we are really honored to have our chief guest accompanied by his counterpart, the peers. So our chief guest, Professor Shaukat Abdulrazak, the PS State Department for Research, Science, Research and Innovation. Most welcome chief guest. PS State Department for Cabinet Affairs, Dr. Idris Dokota. Most welcome to this event. We are really honored because despite what is happening in the country, you could spare time to be here with us this afternoon. This is great, this is important because of the agenda that we are discussing today. The National Gender Research, National Gender Research Agenda. This is key and is a document that really will go to transform this country with your guidance and your vision and what we need to do. And this PS, our chief guest, this has been a joint effort to come up with this document with the main soul of advancing gender equality through research, partnership, and investment, because we really need funding for that. And we are key, and that's why I also want to recognize the CEO National Research Fund is here, because one of the key aspects to transform this research agenda is what Professor Dixon Nandala is doing. So Nakosu was honored to be the co-host for this event, and most importantly, PS, because matters research are now in your docket, and we believe we are in the safe hands so that we are able to do this. So we thank the National Gender Equality Commission for taking this leading role. And now this debate has to go further with your guidance. And distinguished participant, perhaps what I also should add, our chief guest, the PS State Department for Science, Research and Innovation, he also have another hat. He has been the gender champion. So I think, PS, you are in the right place. And this is the gender that you really need to take forward for us to realize your vision. You've started it many years ago. So allow me, because of the interest of time, at this point, I invite the PS, State Department for Cabinet Affairs, Dr. Idris. Please, you can have the moment to share your thoughts with these great stakeholders, and thereafter you allow our chief guest to do his remarks, and also we'll do, after the chief guest, we'll do the unveiling of this document. We'll run that floor. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, Chief Guest Professor Shaukat Abdulrazak, Principal Secretary, State Department for Science, Research and Innovation, Commissioner Dr. Margaret, Commissioner National Gender and Equality Commission, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I think the moderator said the energy levels have gone down, isn't it? We are sorry for keeping you this long. It won't be very long, it will be very short. So what comes to my mind when I was coming to this forum, it was that, I'm biased, and you'll help me. in this. Whenever I hear gender, I think it's all about women. So I think this research will help me understand the gender itself. So kindly, Dr. Purity and the team, when we are launching this initiative, help us in making that clarification. Thank you. It gives me a great pleasure to join you at this important dissemination forum on National Gender Research Agenda for Kenya, under the theme, Evidence to Impact, Advancing Gender Equality through Research, Partnerships and Sustainable Investment. Let me begin first of all by congratulating Dr. Purity and team for championing this important national framework. I also recognize the partnership with the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, NACOSTI, other government institutions, civil society organizations and academia in strengthening this particular initiative. The agenda comes at a time when Kenya is increasingly recognizing fundamental truth about governance. We cannot effectively solve what we do not adequately measure or understand, and we cannot adequately understand what we do not measure. Therefore, research is not simply an academic exercise, it is an instrument for better policy, better planning, better budgeting, better implementation, and ultimately better outcomes for citizens. That is the part that most of us don't know. We just think research is for shelves. But the impact, the value, that's what you... This agenda provides an important framework for coordinated evidence-based research to advance gender equality inclusion across Kenya. It seeks to strengthen collaboration among government institutions, research institutions, academia, and development partners and private sector, improving on data systems, generate actionable evidence, and strengthen accountability for outcomes, for equality outcomes. These are not merely research objectives, they are governance objectives. In January 2026, I think Dr. Purity and team visited us. We had a conversation about this document, and we gave our input on how maybe it should be done, or the areas that we think that this document can be elevated to maybe policy level. And I think that debate has gone to this level. So I think after this document can also be further polished so that we take it to another level, because it's a guiding framework for the country on research agenda, especially on the inequality and inequalities that's existing. The engagement placed a critical issue at the center of our discussion, whereby we said we are actually counting the uncounted. We reflected on fundamental challenge facing government. Kenya has made a considerable progress in establishing a constitutional framework for equality and non-discrimination. However, the ability to translate those commitments to consistently effective interventions is actually sometimes constrained by gaps in the availability, quality, and coordination of utilization of this evidence. Information on women, youth, and persons with disability, older persons, minorities, and marginalized is not sufficiently coordinated, current, disaggregated, or readily available to inform decision making. And that's why when we were coming up with this minority policy with the likes of Lowey, we were having challenges on even getting data on who are these minorities. Yeah? Even trying to know who are these minorities, how many communities are classified as minorities in this country. So we had a big challenge in identifying even the so-called minorities. We went county by county. When you see this community is a minority in this county, but when you come to another county, it becomes a majority. So you can't even tell which is a minority in this country, which is a minority. So that is because of lack of data that could guide us. That's why I welcome the National Gender Research Agenda. It represents important shifts from fragmented research to coordinated research, from data generation to evidence utilization, and from evidence to now impact. That is where the citizens are. Allow me also to make a broader point from the perspective of government. The quality of government decisions is inseparable from the quality of evidence available to decision makers. For government to actually make progress, it needs to have a quality evidence that can actually help in decision making. At the highest level of government, cabinet makes decisions that involve significant public resources. They establish national priorities, create programs and institutions that shape legislation and even regulation, and most importantly, affect the lives and livelihoods of millions of Kenyans. It is therefore essential that the policy questions represented to government are supported by credible, timely, and relevant evidence. Research should help government answer the fundamental question. The first question is, who is benefiting? The second question, who's being left behind? But the problem has been, when you look at our data is mostly biased on how many people have been served. But we don't have data on how many people have not been served. That's the problem. You look at government and say, oh, we have digitized 23,000 services. But they have not told us how many people in rural area have not been served. So that is where the problem lies, and it's because of biased data. So we need evidence so that we can make impact to our citizens. The other question is, why are they left behind? What is the intervention that we need most? Where resources should be directed? And the other one is, what has worked and what has not worked, and why? And most importantly, the measurable difference will government have on the city, on the intervention will have in the lives of citizens. This is the point where this research moves now from being a report on shelf to a document that will make public value. The discussion is particularly relevant to some of us, especially where we are working, whereby this mandate places our mandate places us at a critical point in government policy and implementation cycle, where we see the progress from policy intention, like this document, to cabinet decision. So that is why I've advised this team to actually polish this document, bring it to a level that it can form a policy document to guide us, and we'll also support them at cabinet level to make it a document that can come out with decision. Then to help them also in implementation and even monitoring until we have timely results. The experience teaches us an important lesson. A decision is only as good as evidence upon which is based on, and a decision is only meaningful when it produces measurable units. Our responsibility is not simply to ask whether cabinet decision has been made, but after that decision has been made, we also look at how it has been implemented, where it has been implemented, who has benefited, what resources have been committed, what challenges have emerged, and what results have been achieved. Therefore, this National Gender Research Agenda can become a powerful complement to this implementation architecture. Research can establish the baseline, identify the problem, inform policy and cabinet memorandum proposals, establish appropriate indicators, and enable government to determine whether an intervention is actually changing lives or not. Therefore, I wish to challenge this research community to think differently about the relationship between research and government. We must move from asking this question, have we conducted the research, to asking, has the research changed the decision? The other one is, have we published a report? Then we move from that to, has the evidence changed a program, a budget, a regulation, or implementation approach? And we must also move from how many studies have we produced to what measurable public value has the research created? This is the transformation that today's theme captures so well. The National Gender Research Agenda identifies important areas that remind us that gender equality is not a single sector problem. It's a problem that affects the entire government, or both government and non-government institutions. It is reflected in an economic participation, access to education, healthcare, leadership and decision making, access to property and productive assets, and exposure to violence and vulnerability. It is also increasingly influenced by technology, climate change, demographic changes, and economic transformation. Good research must therefore help governments see beyond the average, identify where disparities exist and why they exist, and what interventions can close them. No single institution can succeed in building the evidence and architecture required to advance gender equality. Government possess administrative and data policy responsibility, but universities, which are research institutions, they create knowledge and also possess analytical capabilities. Civil societies, they participate in bringing community-led insights. Development partners, they bring in resources, technical expertise, and international experience. So it's not a one sector, or is one agency approach. It has to be a whole of government and a whole of society approach. The third pillar of today's theme is what we call sustainable investment. We cannot demand evidence while treating research as an afterthought in the budgeting process. That is what the problem is. And we have had a conversation with Professor Shaukat. Is it 2% of the GDP or 1% of the GDP? But we have been even struggling with that 1%. So we hope one day it will actually turn to reality. If government is serious about evidence-based policy making, we must invest in the entire evidence ecosystem, which includes data collection, research capacity, analytical skills, digital infrastructure, data management, knowledge management, monitoring and evaluation, and historical capacity to translate evidence into policy and implementation. Gender equality is not achieved through a single intervention or a single budget cycle. It requires trained action and sustainable investment. The real test will be whether research changes what government does. Will research influence cabinet memorandum? Will it inform cabinet committee deliberations? That is the question. Will it influence policies and legislation? Will this research affect any policy or legislation? Will it improve program design? Will it influence budgeting and resource allocation? Will it strengthen monitoring and evaluation? These are the areas that I think the team here should look at. And to enable government also to help, it will help government now check and identify delivery units and redesign those that are not in line with the government of the day's policy. These are the questions that will determine whether we have moved from evidence generation to evidence utilization. I therefore conclude by making 5 calls to this forum. First call, let us make research a core competent of government decision making. Second, let us build a stronger national evidence architecture. Third, let us strengthen partnerships. Fourth, let us finance research sustainably. Fifth, let us measure impact. Every major research investment should answer one fundamental question: what decision, intervention, or outcome will this evidence improve? Let us endeavor to ensure that research does not merely describe inequality, but enables government to identify it and address and deliver measurable results. I thank you, and may God bless you and bless Kenya today, because we are actually moving sorry colleagues, you know, I'm not used to this, but But I'm tasked with inviting my colleague, a brother, and the chief guest. Our chief guest, Professor Shaukat Abdulrazak, kindly come to the stage and address us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother P.S. Idris. I also want to really take this opportunity to express my profound gratitude to the organizers of this very important workshop. Just to recognize a few colleagues and friends in the room, Commissioner Margaret, Mheshimiwa Josephat, my sister Purity, CEOs of NRF, CEO of Nakosti, Mzizi, Elimu, all the CEOs present here. I've had quite a number of representations as well from the UN entities, my former immediate, I like to call them family from the UN. I'm very pleased. If you thought that your energy is a little bit low, I'm going to make sure I can send a little bit of irradiation so that it can revive you, because I spent 10 years at the International Atomic Energy Agency. Are you ready? Pick it up. Do you want to stand for 1 second or so that now you can see, you know, that is the power of the energy we are talking about. I won't be very long. Let's get seated. Let's get seated. Thank you very much. I think we are looking at a very important aspect here of how we can be able to disseminate the national gender research agenda under this theme, very important theme of evidence to impact, captures really the precise what Kenya needs at this stage of development. And my brother P.S. Idris alluded to earlier, we just had to move out of a very, very important function as well that is being spearheaded by the entire country under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto. We are looking at the trajectory of how we can move from where we are to where we aspire to be. Have you heard of the Singapore way? Yes, that's what we are talking about, you know. We are talking about that, moving beyond the 2030. Some of us were really honored and privileged to midwife the Vision 2030 in 2008, and we sat in the National Economic Social Council, but it's a different ball game now. If you look at the numbers, if you look at statistics, if you look at very important document, the Vision 2030, but also our Constitution. The Constitution that came later, it has really provided us that platform of ensuring that we can have equity and ensuring that there is no discrimination. But we still find there are still some gaps and challenges that we need to address. That's why I really want to commend the National Gender and Equity Commission and all entities and the technical committee for really bringing everybody together and try to interrogate and try to understand what do we need to do. And I'm going to make some very brief remarks in that direction. If you look globally, generally speaking, we in the continent of Africa, by all standards, we are underrepresented. If you look at the number of researchers, for example, in sub-Saharan Africa, there are about 88 researchers per million population. When you compare that to global figure, average is 1,496. And if you look at specific niche, like for example, the Europe and North America, then you are talking of 4,300. So there's room for improvement. Today, Professor Hino, for example, was doing a comparative analysis when you look at the mean average earning of Kenyan vis-a-vis Singaporeans, $80,000 compared to about $2,000, so to speak. So we've got that gap. The question is, what do we need to do? And I always say there is no need to reinvent the wheel. There are some good practices that we've been able to follow, that we can be able to follow, and we need to do exactly that. So looking at this issue of research or gender in research is extremely important in my opinion, so that nobody is left behind. Idris spoke about inequalities, he spoke about minorities. You saw His Excellency the President calling minorities in State House. With that conversation, with that discussion, nobody should be left behind, and that's why we want really to focus. And I've always told my sisters, every time you speak about gender, we are shy to say that we want to bridge the gap so that we can bring more women on board. David have said that I've been a gender champion. I think maybe, Margaret, we need to look for a way that I can talk to women. I can tell women how they can be leaders of this country. Because I don't understand. If 47% of the population in this country are women, why are we not producing a woman president? Just to give that as an example. We've been discussing about schools. We see most of the teachers at the lower level primary are actually at the lower level are women. But when you look at the heads of those schools are being run by men. So that's why you need to bring the men in the room. That's why you need to have more he for she, so that they can be able to understand and interrogate. The challenge of women is every time you have a gender meeting, this is a unique one, it's full of women. And the troublemakers are outside there, the men. So make sure every time you have meetings, you bring more of these guys so that they can become the agents of change and ambassadors of change, to ensure that women also occupy their space as well. When we go to research, it's very critical. There is no way that we can be able to develop if we do not do innovations. And for you to do more meaningful innovation, then we need to do research, so that research can be able to influence policy. We do particularly research so that we can be able to move certain challenges of the society. And as has been said earlier, not research for the sake of it, but research that will be able to have to understand the challenges. For example, if you look at the workforce in the area of agriculture, for example, women are predominantly the one that are dominating there. But when you look at the leadership in that particular sector, you see there are very few women. This is research. And it's very important that we collect the data so that we can be able to understand this and be able to develop policies that will be able to address the challenges. It is very important that you look at multidisciplinary and multi-institutional approach. David spoke about my years when I was here before I went out. We had a specific programs, for example, for women researchers, and we were able to find quite a number. I know NRF is here. We've discussed that we are now pushing out calls for masters and PhD. Very soon we'll be pushing calls for women scientists or women researchers so that they could be able to benefit as well. And this is specific so that we can be able to capture that particular niche as well, and be able to look at multidisciplinary, multi-institutional, but gender balance as well. And my colleagues will tell you, every time we used to have a team, we used to ask how many women are in that particular team, so that is not predominantly dominated by men. And equally, we don't want just women to be in one team. We want to build a cohesive, resilient sort of society by mixing men and women, by ensuring that we have a gender balance, so to speak. I'm very glad I interrogated this document, and I've seen very important 5 points that you've alluded to, which are very clearly documented, the root causes of gender inequality. I think this is very important, and we've said that there are more work that needs to be done. Secondly, it's understanding the intersectionality as well. This is very critical. And gender transformation, I think this is a game changer in my opinion. What are these factors that are causing all this gender transformation? And of course, looking at the systemic issue in gender, including laws and policies so that we can really be able to walk the talk and be able to change the trajectory that we are having. And of course, emerging contemporary issue. And this is where I want to spend a little bit of time on this very shortly as well, looking at the emerging tech. How can we be able to have, for example, AI women scientists, so to speak? Because this is the direction that we are going. Looking at the climate change as well. Who are the people who are producing all these seedlings that we are talking about? His Excellency, under his government administration, we are aiming at 2032 to have 15 billion trees in this country. So who are the people who are behind this, and how can they be able to continue contributing immensely in this very important trajectory? I am glad to let you know that at the moment in this country we are spending about 0.78% of the GDP in supporting of research, technology, innovation. Unfortunately, 74% of the money that we fund research here is donor driven. And that's why we want to change that trajectory. We want to change that conversation. And we are very committed to ensure that we can be able to have at least 1% of the GDP. And this is not coming from the blues. This is from the Science, Technology, Innovation Act of 2013. That we have committed to put 2% of the GDP. But we are saying because it's a journey, at least we need to start with 1% of the GDP towards 2% of the GDP. And you've heard what His Excellency the President said during the State of the Nation, in the next 10 years to put at least 1 trillion in that particular ecosystem in supporting. And definitely we need to position gender research in that. I'm also glad to inform you that now we also, with the partners, we have developed a master plan of research financing and capacity strengthening as well. So we have an agenda. We know exactly where we want to go, and definitely we'll make sure that we plug in gender under this very important document as well, so that it can come to the surface. The other very important news that I want to give it to you is that we now have science, research, innovation, synergy blueprint as well. We must be able to break the silos. And this blueprint really does a lot of interconnection. We've started this conversation. We are talking to university, research institutions. We are talking to the CGR centers, UN entities as well. We must be able to take full advantage of Kenya being a regional hub of science, technology, and innovation. Two more things is we have an AI strategy, and now we are developing AI policy. And the other one is we are in the process of developing science diplomacy policy, so that we can do more of this internationalization of science, so that we can be able to have science attaches abroad and be able to minimize a duplication of efforts and be able to get lessons learned and be able to pick these ideas and take it to the next level. So breaking silos is very important. Looking at how we can be able to build synergy. So I'm very glad that we are discussing this issue of gender and doing research in that particular area, so that we can address all the challenges of the society that are affected by women and gender at large. And we've always been advocating, the government is going to continue creating the enabling environment. We are looking at the public-private partnership, if you like, the linkage between the industry and the academia. This is the conversation that we're having. We want to make sure everybody comes on board. You've heard what His Excellency the President has been talking about, domestic financing. We are not going to rely with funders and donors abroad. By all means, geopolitics, by all means, partnership and collaboration, we are going to accept that. But also we want to show that we can also be able to support our own trajectory, to support our own endeavors, to support our own vision. And that's why we are advocating for this aspect of domestic financing. So as I conclude, let me just give you some few dashboard key performance indicators that will maybe be able to guide us whether we are on the right track. One is proposition of the national gender research aligned to this particular agenda. Secondly is the research funding mobilized from the government industry partnership. percentage of women and young researchers leading funded projects. We need to measure that, and the proportion of relevant national data sets appropriately disintegrated, so to speak. So we want to make sure that we've collected the data and we can be able to make good use of that. And lastly is the number of gender responsive innovation towards commercialization. We are talking of almost 2,000 startups in this country, and we want to look at the data, how many of these are gender balanced, so to speak, and be able to take these startups to the next level of commercialization with the aim of creating more jobs and of course expanding the wealth, so to speak. So as we go and launch this document, I know it has been interrogated, we've got inputs from stakeholders, and now we want to look at the dissemination of this document. Then I'm only asking that we need to move from the fragmented research to coordinated research with the national evidence. We need to move from the research reports to policy and innovation, from the institutional silo to one government approach and the partners, from women as a technology consumers to technology creators. This is very important, that women must be able to be at the center, are the co-pilots of this trajectory. We must be able to get women as well being creators rather than just being consumers of the technology, and from external dependency to sustainable co-investment, and above all, from evidence to impact. This is very critical. We must be able to show that there is impact in whatever we do. So as we go again into the launch of this, we need to ask ourselves, what did we discover? And what decision has changed? What innovation did we create? And how much investment did we mobilize? What gaps did we close? And what life have we improved? It is all about the socialization of these issues of science, technology, and innovation that we must be able to demonstrate. So I'm very pleased once again, and our sincere apology. We walked in while you guys were supposed to have your biological break, so to speak. But now, very soon, we're going to go into that, and we will just be guided what else we need to do. Otherwise, I want to once again congratulate all of you, and I wish you a very fruitful, launch together, and then of course the rest of the day and the events that are going to come after this. Asanteni sana. God bless you. God bless Kenya. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's all be standing. Tafadhali tukimpigia makofi. Asante sana. And now I'll call the following people to join our guest of honor, PS Shaukat, on stage. PS Idris, tafadhali. Commissioner Karungaru, tafadhali. Mheshimiwa Lowoi, please. Dr. Ngugi, Professor Adala, tafadhali. Professor Alice of University of Nairobi, tafadhali on stage. Rosemary Bowen from KNBS, tafadhali. Representative from the University of Embu. And Dr. Ngina, yes. And Morris from Mizizi, tafadhali. If we can all join our guest of honor on stage and have our document ready, and then we will be doing the unveiling of Dr. Wakiaga, tafadhali pia on stage, if we could have you on stage kindly. Thank you. And now let's do the countdown of unveiling of the report. Just a minute. Let's redo that. Let's redo that. Let's redo that. Let's redo that. Okay, and in the count of 4, 3, 2, 1. Wapi makofi? Twende kwa ngoma. And then now for the photos, kindly, if we can have official photos now. So we want PS Shaukat, PS Idris, Commissioner Karungaru, Mheshimiwa Lowoi, Dr. Ngigi, Professor Adala, Professor Alice of UON, Rosemary Bowen, representative of University of Embu, and Dr. Gina tafadhali for an official photo. Kindly for an official photo. Yeah, I think we don't have to carry that. Yes, just an official photo now.
A celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good
Dr. Ngina, yes.
and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate your party with you. Come on now.
Thank you. If now we can have PS Idris, PS Shaukat, Commissioner Karungaru, and representative of Nakosti, please, for the second photo. Just that.
It's up to you. What's your pleasure?
Thank you. If we can have PS Shaukat, Commissioner Karungaru, and Dr. Ngina, please.
It's a celebration.
PS Idris, you're still there. You're still there. The PS is still there. PS is still there. Yes, let's have that. And while we are still there, can we have the gift that we want to give to our guest of honor? Yes, please. If we can hand it over to our commissioner so that we can have that handed over to our chief guest. Wapi makofi tafadhali. Wapi makofi, wapi makofi, wapi makofi. Thank you very much, our guest of honor. Asante sana. Asante sana. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Asante sana. And now we can all remain seated as we allow our chief guest and the guest of honors in the high tables to come down and finally to leave at their own pleasure. Tafadhali.
It's a celebration. It's a celebration.
So the rest of us can remain seated as our chief guest and his team and the other guests are leaving. We remain behind for some announcements kindly. The rest of us. Asante.
Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. Baby. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate.
Okay, okay. The music.
Okay, so thanks so much for participating in this official launch and the unveiling of the agenda This is the dissemination. We already had done this launch some times back. Is the relaunch to just give it and breathe some life into it. The QR code is available, so if you beam that, you're able to access it. We want to make a few announcements because now it's 2 and we have a lunch break that we need to take. Lunch is served to all of you at no cost. Thanks to Mizizi for supporting that. But there is an assignment for all the technical officers, all of us who have been participating in this activity. We're going to engage a little further. We're going to have a deep dive into the conversations that has just been alluded to. You had already begun sharing some of your thoughts. We're going to have some breakaway sessions, 3 of them. The first breakaway session is going to happen here in this room. And Bernard, can you remind me who is being left here? Who is responsible? We have Emma. So Emma is just going to provide all the logistical and administrative support in here. The second group, the second room of the breakaway is going to happen in, is it Nyati? Sorry, Nyati what? Nyati 1. Nyati 1. Okay. Translate that in your mother tongue. Nyati 1. And we have yourself, Bernard. Where's Muley? Okay. Bernard, just follow Bernard. Come closer. We can't see you. He's twice my height. So now you can see him well. So he's going to take the breakaway room 2. Please follow him. He's also going to take you to breakaway room number 3, which is the situation room. The Nyati is on 1st floor. The situation room is on the 3rd floor. I mean 2nd floor. Sorry for that. Now, the breakaway sessions are distributed as follows. So, and first of all is to understand what are we going to do within those breakaway rooms, or what we are calling the strategic lab, action labs, which is really a vehicle within which you're going to have deeper conversations, you're going to interrogate the document, and you're going to develop some priority interventions and situate yourself within the document and determine what works for you and what would be of interest to yourself. The first breakaway room is capacity strengthening for data producers and NGRA fundraising, in other words, resourcing the agenda. This is going to be led by Kenyatta University. Kenyatta University, you are the lead. You'll be joined by Usawa Agenda, APHRC, and KNBS. So those 4 agencies shall be taking the lead. Kenyatta University is going to provide the strategic thinking, and everybody else is going to contribute. Have your secretary. We're going to break away for 1 hour. That is between 3 and about 4, and then we are going to meet here, and you make some presentations in a very succinct manner, not more than 5 key issues of interest that perhaps everyone else would like to hear. Now, this also gives you a room. We had required you to at least provide us with 2 technical people, so you can agree one of you to go to lab 1, another one can go to lab 2. The second lab is the leveraging technology and AI for advocacy and knowledge product for NGRA, and of course an element of investments. As you can see, the agenda is around sustainable investments. Kipra, and I met the colleague from Kipra, and then NCPD and FAWE will be taking lead in that. Then we have the multi-sector partnership, and again NGRA fundraising. We're going to have the State Department for Science and Technology, then ACOSTI, and I know Caroline has just stepped out. The NGC will also be there. Mizizi will be there, and Reri, I can't pronounce that from where I come from. It's a bit difficult. And what is the end goal for this? Most importantly is to, as you think of the key actions, the strategies and innovations that you'd like to inoculate, is to think of a plan that will last us about 3 years. We'd like to sustain these clusters for about 3 years, and we think we can get resources to converge and put together the actors within each of those clusters. So when you go there, you're going to register yourself, you're going to network, you're going to know who is your chair, who is your secretary, and we form some coalitions from today henceforth. And we hope we can get resources to be able to be calling these clusters together or individually. Remember what Professor Alice had said, perhaps year 1 you have agenda A, year 2 you have agenda 2, year 3 you have agenda 4, and we bring you together or separately as a cluster, and in those conversations we'll be discussing the following. 1, think about critical milestone between 2006 and 2029 that would help us fully operationalize the Gender and Equality Data Hub. 2, how can we institutionalize research capacity strengthening, and particularly using some Kenyan-led, African-led strategies, innovations, approaches, methods that would answer the questions that have been raised in here today. For instance, we had the inverse reasoning. So you have some research questions, you pose the questions, and then the people will respond to you in a negative manner and then present the data showing or demonstrating as if they are not cognizant of the problems that are facing them, yet they mean that they have solutions and they have opportunities and they can take a leadership and they can build a very strong agency to address the problem at hand. 3 is evidence-informed policy interventions and advocacy, where we are able to produce regular joint policy briefs, memoranda, and annual evidence synthesis that is directly feeding into the government policies. We have just been challenged on how we can take this document to a higher level, either a sessional paper or a policy framework or a guidance note, an administrative issue or issuance that the government can use to inform its own programs and strategies. And lastly is how we can have sustainable financing and investment around research, build stronger partnership and collaboration, and how can we co-finance specific interventions of interest to those clusters. That is translating then the National Gender Research Agenda into the fundable or bankable consortium proposals, where we can secure long-term resources, not only from external resources, but even from domestic national resources. So that's a conversation we are going to get. Thanks to Dr. Mary, who has produced this. My work is just to read. The critical thinking came from our colleagues who have been working together on how we can structure these clusters. What I want you to believe in, trust, and practice is that when you join that cluster, it is a commitment, and possibly we can co-create some interventions, we can co-create programs that can attract greater partnership, can attract innovations, can attract stronger partnership, and most likely can attract investments for the next 3 years. So make a very conscious decision as you join those clusters. And at this moment, I just want to invite you for lunch, and I would request a volunteer to lead with a prayer so that we commit the afternoon session and the lunch to Christ for the blessings of our bodies, souls, and hearts. Anyone? I'm reminded again by my colleague here. Yes, you want to pray for us? Thank you so much. I'll join you in the prayer. To remind you again, please, do we need to project those clusters? Is it clear to you? Because you're making, and it is at the back, is the last page of the program. The last part of the program. Please have a seat. Because we are making very conscious decision, and we can start, yes, by exploration, but would like you to make that firm decisions on where you would like to go into, and for a longer term commitment and engagement. I repeat, capacity strengthening for data producers and fundraising. Fundraising is on a continuum and cuts across the 3 clusters. 2, we leverage on technology and AI for advocacy and knowledge products for the national gender research agenda. And then lastly is the whole multi-sector interagency partnership and collaborations, as well as investments and fundraising for the national gender research agenda. And that will be led by Nakosti, NGC, Reli, and Mizizi, and all of us, particularly from NGC, we're going to be visiting each of these. And then the second one, I mean, from the bottom is by Kipra and CPD and FAWE. We're going to look at anyone else who could join into that. And then lastly, we have the university, Kenyatta University, or maybe the universities will be joining that, and Usawa Agenda, APHLC, and KNBS. Please lead us with the prayer.
Okay. Yes, please, let's rise up and pray. Okay, let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this afternoon. Thank you for the great opportunity you've given us. Thank you, God, for the document that we have produced together. We pray, Lord, as we look at 2029, God, this document is going to have fruition. Lord, when we come to impact measurement, we'll have a success story of what our document has achieved. Thank you for the lunch ahead of us. We appreciate it with thanksgiving in our hearts. May you bless it as we partake, O God. For those who do not have, we pray that you may remember them in a special way. In Jesus' name, pray. Amen.
So we converge at 4. All of us will be joining the team that is in here. Converge at 4. You're going to get much more other announcements at that particular time. Please.
DJ, turn it up, make we groove non-stop. City light they shine, we they move on top. Body sweet, rhythm they connect. Now Afrobeat they cause effect. Champagne pop, we they fly away. No darling, you go be my display from Lagos to Joburg sound. We they live the whole around. Girl, you they wine like magic. Your style no be average. This night go be classic. We vibing, no traffic. We no go sleep tonight. Yeah. Body they move, fire they light. On my piano, take the flight. Now groove they sweet my mind. Yeah. We no go sleep tonight. Yeah. Keep the energy so tight. Till the sunrise bright. We go dance all night.
Lights flashing, hearts crashing, baseline heavy, passion smashing. Your body they speak language, it cause real damage. Nobody, baby, take control. Let the beat enter your soul. Now real vibe we they roll. Together we unstoppable. Girl, you they wine like magic. Your style no be average. This night go be classic. We vibing, no traffic.
We no go sleep tonight. Yeah. Body they move, fire they light. On my piano, take the flight. Now groove they sweet my mind. We no go sleep tonight. Yeah. Keep the energy so tight. Till the sunrise bright. We go dance all night. We dey on the floor with passion. No limit, no restriction. Now reading be confession. Pure Afrobeat addiction.
Oh yeah, no sleep tonight. We they shine like city light. Oh yeah, no sleep tonight. Afrobeat they make it right.
We no go sleep tonight. We no go sleep tonight. I dey heal my mind. No stress, no wahala this time. I go take you, go for a long ride. On the stars, make we slow slide. Every beat they tell our story. I for rhythm full of glory. You they shine, oh be small. Your love they make me fall. From Lagos down to Accra. Now you I want for. She's sweet like palm wine. Every sip they blow my mind. Dance to the drum line. Now Afrobeat be the lifeline. She's sweet like palm wine. Body soft like summertime. No need reason, just vibe. Make we groove all night. Girl, your ways be melody. Every move now prophecy. I dey feel your energy like fire for synergy. When you smile, it a spark. My heart they play like sax. Baby, come closer now. Let me show you how. You they shine, oh be small. Your love they make me fall. From Lagos down to Accra. Now you I want for. She's sweet like palm wine. Oh yeah. Every sip they blow mine. Dance to the drum line. Now Afrobeat be the lifeline. She's sweet like palm wine. Oh yeah. Body soft like summertime. No need reason, just vibe. Make we groove all night. No rush, we dey slow dance. Moonlight they give romance. Sweet reading, no resistance. Now love, no distance. Oh, she's sweet like palm wine. Now love with pure, no crime.
She's going to tell us who the partners were, who are the actors, and most importantly is we need Form 35A. Form 35A, Dr. Lucy Wakiaga, is the list of the participants and the institutions, and two, the carbon copy of that is your secretary is going to submit a summary of the proceedings that you had. But the chair is going to make, just give me a minute. The chair, oh, thank you. The chair is going to make the highlights. Sindio? That sounds good? And maximum is 3.5 minutes. Team 2, Nyati 1. Who was in Nyati 1? Nyati 1? Who was your chair, madam? Who was your chair? Huh? Fawe and Kipra. Yes. So they could be here. Are they here? The Fawe and Kipra, you're here. So I remember Kipra was the chair, right? Kipra was the chair. So the same, please make those returns. And I want to show you who the returns will be made to. Salome, you'll be picking the returns. Who in your colleague at, or are you sorting us with some other things? Okay, fair enough. Emma, you may rise up. And Mulei, those two, we pass the content to them. Those returns will be made to them. And we're going to ensure that Mizizi Elimu will also get a copy of that. Then the third team, which was in a very interesting room, especially those who are in elections, it's called Situation Room. It's a mandatory room that we elect every election year. Okay? Situation Room. Nani alikuwa Situation Room? Bernard. But who was the chair? Mary? Mizizi was? Is it? Mizizi was anonymously elected as the chair of the session. And the same procedure will follow with Mizizi. She's going to make the returns. And once the chair has made the highlights, chairs, please, the chairpersons, once you have made the highlights, then you can allow a minute or two to get any additional feedback so that it can be collated together with the initial proceedings that has been authored by the secretaries. Does that work? Now, which team wants to start? Doc? Oh, there are two teams. Okay. Your team would like to start. Yes. Please, podium is yours. You may come in with your handlers and security detail. Okay, there. It's a very important session. So let's pay attention to this and let's contribute, let's enrich in the conversation. Sindio? Yeah. Do you want it to project or just to make a reference?
You know, it's funny, I'm a communications person, but I find it very difficult to stand in front of people, even though I went through the class of public speaking. Yeah, so bear with me, tafadhali. My name is Victoria. I'm the communications officer for Fawe Kenya. I was in the group of leveraging technology and AI-driven solutions. And in our room, we had different consortium partners. We had Mzizi Elimu Africa, we had Kipra, we also had NCPD, yes. We also have, yes, and we also had gender, yes, we also had girl child. So we had different partners within us, and we were able to discuss on how to leverage technology and AI-driven solutions. Now, I'll just go through the points, point by point. And where you have questions, maybe you can ask me, and also my people within that room can be able to help me answer where I will not be able to answer. And also we are very open to suggestions and more comments. So our first questions we asked ourselves is, what are we leveraging in AI? Because when we look at technology, women work, which is gender, is being licensed especially through care work. So when we were looking at the different aspects of how to leverage AI, we can see, like for Fawe Kenya, our approach to tech is how do we use technology to generate and communicate real evidence in accessing quality education for girls. Because for us, our concentration as an organization is young women and girl child, also in education, ensuring that every girl child, every young woman has accessibility to quality education. So we also looked at AI tools, easing research review on specific issues, coming up with various database available online on how we can use to easily summarize, then rethink the human aspect based on the information that we have generated. We also looked at how AI helps understand the root cause before moving to the ground to get first-hand information. So we can see how AI comes in through our research and how it makes the information easier, and how it also brings out the information firsthand. We also asked ourselves, how can the NGRA, the research, use the AI to enhance advocacy? For us, we looked at it as through using information infographics, for example, video explainer, learning briefs, and policy briefs. Probably develop an app to gather this information, but this app has to be gender related, has to coincide with gender related input. Okay, but also we also looked at how AI is bringing disconnect. For instance, we looked like a perspective on how AI is not able to reach the marginalized areas and also the indigenous. So we looked at how maybe we can leverage on traditional technology on how to reach such groups. Therefore, coming up and saying that AI is not really very friendly for such groups. However, it can really connect in an urbanized setting. So how can we utilize AI for resource mobilization and also fundraising? We can easily identify, by using AI, we can easily identify donors and organizations to help in funding opportunities. How can we do this? If, for example, as an organization or maybe as a ministry, you want to fundraise in a particular field, let's say for gender equality, you want to fundraise in that, we have to package the information in how these donors, how these financiers can understand and also help build a case on why we need this financing. Therefore, AI can easily allow us or isn't our input in fundraising. We can also use AI to model, in modeling, how is maybe like understand how much we lose for some issues, like and understand how issues like maybe FGM, early pregnancy, is affecting the gender at large. So we can be able to use AI to package all this information and bring it out in such a way that it can be able to detail these barriers and how we can be able maybe to address them. Maybe if there's something that I've not mentioned, my members can please raise your hand and maybe add on to something. Yes, thank you.
She's descending a flight and you can't move fast, isn't it? So you need to be encouraged, isn't it? Very good. Thank you so much for that presentation. And for that team that has put that together. Do you have anything, any questions, any comments from the floor? Okay. If you do, if you're not able to project now, please pass it on to her. She's going to add on to her document, isn't it? Okay. Team, next team?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, you're so smart. I know.
Okay, so thank you, Lucy Wakiaga from APHRC, and my team members included very able two teams that included Greek, Plan International, AMREF, Africa, Work, UON. We had Mizizi. Did I already say we had Fawe also represented here again? And then is this DNC and V? DNC and V. And then IL Lennox, which organization? Okay, Inclusive Impact Hub. And then we had CCGD. So there were quite a bit of similarities across the two groups in terms of what they selected, root causes, and that was one of the areas that they picked. And they said, I think it was priority areas 2 and 3 fed into that. And thinking about when, because their task was to think about strengthening the capacities of data producers, and then the other aspect of financing or raising funds. So that was their area. So thinking about or issues that the data producers would need to think about, those had to reach places. Also thinking about strengthening localized supports. How do you work with local communities to be able to be part of the process of the data production? So having them as co-creators. And then the other aspect for data producers is also to think about the quality of data. And this is where we're talking about engaging technical experts, for example, KNBS in the process, because they would provide that technical piece of cleaning up or qualifying citizen data. And then on the issue of gender and inclusion and AI, thinking about evolution of contemporary issues, how best do you collect data in that context when you have these emerging issues? Being able to rapidly assess this data, issues of data surveillance, limitations of technology when you are collecting data, and also just limitations of the issue of technology when you are engaging with data producers in these environments. And then, okay. Then the other thing also was on, and I'm kind of bundling the two. The issue of root causes really, and I think Group 2 was very keen on that, because for them the argument was that we need to go beyond our current issue. We need to think, when we look at the data, already there's data that has been collected about the current situation. So thinking about how do we prepare the data producers for these emerging contexts and strengthening their capacities in that. So the how of collecting data, thinking of who the data producers are and the communities also as data producers. Then the other issue that was picked was intersectionality. Especially thinking about the data collectors need to think about this, so that when they are collecting the data, they keep in mind issues of data disintegration, disaggregation, so that you can really get a good feel of the distribution of these intersectional issues across contexts. Understanding gender transformation and having those frameworks to guide that understanding. So there is the need to build the capacities of the data producers on the appropriate gender transformative tools to use. And then in terms of systemic issues, thinking of issues around AI, which I think also the other chair who has just left the stage from Fawe was talking about, thinking of AI, GBV, femicide, and is it Gloria was having a very interesting sharing about, now there is the, the boy child, and with all due respect to the males in the room, that there are all these pushbacks from the men using the platforms, because now we are talking about technology facilitated GBV. And now you have on these social spaces a lot of these masculine talks. There are all these talk shows around masculinity and all that. So how are we balancing that in terms of, those contexts, and would they be drivers to technology facilitated GBV? So just thinking about that. Issues of disaster preparedness was also mentioned as an area that the data producers need to be effectively prepared on. Thank you so much. Back to you.
Another round of applause, please. Mwalimu Wakiaga, asante sana for that presentation. If you have any additional thoughts, please, she is seated right at that corner to my right. We now go to the last group, Dr. Mary Chepkemoi from Mizizi. Welcome. You don't have your, why is your secretary?
Mizizi Elimu Africa.
Mizizi Elimu Africa. Say that after me. Mizizi Elimu Africa. Daktari, you must be happy.
Thank you. Thank you, OGW. And I'll quickly take you through what the third group has. And we had members from the NGEC, PASC, how do you say that? PASGR, FAWE Kenya, DNCV, National Parents Association, Greek, as well as the Teacher Service Commission. And ours is on multi-sector partnerships. And I think for us, the driving force here was really how we can strengthen the various partners, to be part and parcel of this agenda, as well as helping us really deliver on the mandate of this National Gender Research Agenda. And from the initial discussion, of course, we alluded and acknowledged the fact that there's a lot of siloing. And so our first take was that, first of all, we need to build a sustained community of practice where all of us, come together. And we are then able to talk about key issues. We are able to find ways of working together, because we also acknowledge that the problem is too big. So every one of us can come in their own ways, and especially or particularly where they are strong at. And so finding space for everyone from the civil society, from government, from our development partners, all together, so that we are able to address the key issues. So on the various priority areas, we spoke about the root causes of gender inequality, which is the very first one. And here we observed that, Kenya has these constitutional provisions, but yet implementation still remains weak. And every partner or every partner is able to come in to just try and see how best we can contribute towards ensuring that there's better implementation. And the fact that we really need to focus our research more on the root causes, because I think a lot of the information that we get in terms of evidence only looks at the surface. So one of the things that we thought was conducting a political economy analysis, joint research with various actors, just to map some of the institutional barriers that we still continue to face in this space. And so once we are able to address those institutional barriers, then we could be able to better address barriers to do with gender inequality. Then in terms of breaking the silos, we acknowledge a lot of isolated studies, everyone doing their own study. And it means that everyone is evaluating certain gender gaps. And many times then, we don't get to know who has done what or what kind of study has been done. And so, for this particular period, we really hope to all come together so that whenever there is a study that we want to do, especially on gender, then we are able to all come together, and at least those who can participate, so that they also get to know what is happening, and they can also participate as part of that. Then we scratched a little bit on addressing intersectionality. And I think for this one, again, we acknowledge that sometimes we are treating segments of the population as an homogeneous group. And there are people who who fall through the cracks. And we didn't have a very strong case for this. But of course, acknowledging the data hub and partnering. I think Dr. Wakiaga has talked about KNBS because it is the institution that is mandated to take care of data, so that they guide and take lead. So I think what also came out for us very strongly is the fact that we need to identify those institutions that rightfully and by mandate are given a certain responsibility, so that we work with them and so that we ensure that the data that is being produced is used as it should. We didn't touch on gender transformation frameworks. The other one is on systemic influences, power, culture, and leadership. And I think for this one, we alluded to the fact that there exists, certain hierarchies as well as structures that limit gender or the achievement of gender equity and equality. And so addressing this for us from a multi-sectoral point of view is really trying to map out the institutions or this, again, evidence of how challenges, from a systemic point of view come about, as well as ensuring that also we target institutions that have the mandate to address or to help us address the key inequalities that come through as part and parcel of our conversations. So I think for us, really, we were just talking about how we in the ecosystem can support each other to ensure that we realize the agenda of gender equality. Then lastly, on emerging issues, yes, we acknowledged also that in the contemporary society, there are so many threats, and especially those that are facilitated by technology, AI, and so the existing, frameworks in terms of how data is collected, the methodology, in terms of even what we have as institutions, are sort of getting out of date and sometimes out of pace because of how technology is moving. And there was one interesting aspect of proverbial Teacher Service Commission, proverbial house of data. I think Bill talked about that. And I think this really means this centralized hub or data hub that helps us put together these emerging issues and also be able to be more responsive to these issues, because we need to come or we need to be alive to the fact that these things are determining or are shaping how things are happening in the gender space, and the fact that gender is also, can I say, evolving each and every day. And so we need to be alive to this so that we are better able to address issues that may arise as a result of technology, and also be in a better position to be able to really monitor how this has an impact on the population or the segment of people that we care about. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause. I know the energy is gone, but we still have to hold to the straw, right? We have to hold to the straw. Thanks so much, Doc, and your team, and for that presentation. Asanteni sana. Let's give everybody a round of applause for the chairs. I am so impressed by the work that we have done within a period of 45 minutes. Thanks so much, chairs. Thanks so much, the partners, the lead actors. And here are the next steps. And I'm going to take maximum 2.5 minutes. One is that we have the inventory of the clusters or the strategic labs, action lab membership. That's the form that the secretaries are making the returns to Mizizi Elimu and to NGC. And that's the first deliverable. That's the first way forward, that we are going to publish those. But most importantly is that we're going to synthesize of the priority actions that you have proposed today. And I hope we can have a sitting, a technical sitting of the members of NGRA. We have a technical working group to be able to sit and synthesize that and distill it into an action matrix, right? That can be shared with everyone. Lastly is to, not lastly, but the fourth item is that we shall create a very safe space of enrollment of more other actors. And we spoke about this. They could be auxiliary members, they could be implementing, they could be just financing actors. So this is not closed, and don't feel that your colleagues who are not present this afternoon and those that you know could drive this agenda still have a space to join us. So we're going to create a very safe space for a recruitive, the recruitment to drive, so that you can enroll and join, and you can track the progress that we are making. The last one, which is a bit complex, and Dr. Mutisi, I hope we are we have to think critically about this, is the question of translating this manuscript or this framework into an administrative issuance. To me, that was the biggest challenge that we got today. And the Office of the PS Cabinet Affairs is willing to have a short retreat. And I think, Mary, you were there when you were speaking about this, to have a short retreat on how this can be translated into an administrative issuance, meaning it would go into GOK books, it would go to the Kenya Gazette, it is published and a directive can be issued on its basis. And two, you can come to the NGC and complain officially if you find any violation of such a rule. That is a big thing. And please join us when that moment comes and when we have deepened this conversation to some conclusion and we have some opportunity of putting ourselves in a room to converse and process this to a final output. On behalf of my CEO, Dr. Gena, and the Commission, allow me to move a vote of thanks. And most importantly, I want to start with the last session, is to thank all the moderators, all the facilitators. Let's give them a round of applause. Anybody who had a mic and spoke about it in your own respective capacity. Even when you're making contributions, when I walked in here and I found you with a mic and you're talking to your colleagues so passionately and in a manner convincingly enough to suggest that you are part of this movement and committed for the next 3 years. We thank you so, so much. I want to thank the chairs, the lead agencies and co-lead agencies that have taken us to this point. We have all the speakers and all of you are speakers, but we had different cadre and category of the speakers. We thank them so much. And please, pass our regards to your respective PSs, your respective chief executive officers and directors who allowed you to be part of us this day. We really appreciate that. We want to thank Mizizi Elimu. Mary, Dr. Mary. You know, you just rebranded the other day. So it's very difficult to move away from the old name to the new name. So we want to really thank you for putting resources together. And the resources here is not just about money, but even your personnel, your staff, to work with us. We have held many meetings. You have put together the technical working committee. Almost every month we have 2, if not more, meetings to discuss this agenda. And it has come to fruition. We're now coming to the end of it. But the job has just, a new task has just begun, interestingly. The NGC officers, I want to thank you so much. You have dedicated a lot of time onto this. I want to declare that this is the first time I'm having a very lean team participating in an activity. Ordinarily, we come with large teams and all those kind of things, but this was delivered by a very small lean team. So I want to thank you. Could you rise up so that we can celebrate this occasion of the NGC? No, you don't come from NGC. Why? Those who come from the NGC, those officers really, I want to really appreciate you in a very special manner for participating in putting this together. Let's give them a round of applause as you take your seats. I want to thank the live streaming team. I mean, they have fixed everything, isn't it? The anthem was sung well, it never failed. The countdown failed, never mind. You know, isn't it? They did so well, isn't it? Thanks so much. They have done many interviews, Asanteni Sana. They stood in for the DJ, you know. Ordinarily, how much do we pay just to sit together to a DJ? You have the comfort of meeting them at any moment you wish. They are here with us, okay? And please subscribe to them. Hey, Nimewa Market. Subscribe to their services. They are good live streaming team, media team. Thanks so much. I want to thank the following in a very special way. Dr. Mary Chepkemoi, Dr. Lucy Wakiaga, Salome, and Lydia. Do you know those people? Let them stand up. Let's see them. These people have worked tirelessly, I can tell you. Tirelessly. not just now, but even before. You may take your seats. Thanks so much for the dedication. You have your day-to-day duties, but you kept aside enough time. That means extra hours when you should be sleeping, extra hours when you should be playing other roles, to come and serve and ensure that this agenda is an agenda. It's not just a topic. It is a real agenda, meaning an agenda is that which you canvass, you deliberate, you make decisions about, isn't it? And you have actions to follow. Thank you so much. And to all of us, thank you, Ken BS, and Caroline Mutueri, and to all of us, particularly those who, including yourself, who have stood to the last minute, exactly 3 minutes to 5 p.m. by my watch. Thank you so much. It's not taken for granted. You meant it, you desired it, you had planned for it, and it happened. Let's give ourselves a very hearty clap. Let's console ourselves for the good job done. Sawa sawa. Thanks so much. And with that, we come to the end of this session. I hope you know the protocol that you thank the sign language last, because they are supposed to sign up that thanks, isn't it? Thank you so much for your service. This was streamed live for the first time. We're having an insert of the sign language interpreter at the National Gender Equality Commission. It has never happened before. So a fully dedicated camera for them is not an easy and a cheap infrastructure. You have to really dedicate a whole camera for them. Together with Irene, who is one of our staff, we have an in-house sign language interpreter. And I give you a promise, if you need her for free, just let me know. That's our service, okay? Because we drive inclusion, and you don't want to hear that you are not able to include persons with disabilities because you never had a sign language interpreter. You never contacted us. So if you contact us, we always give out our sign language interpreters for free to come and serve you, because we know we are not just on the table, but also onto the menu, which is a great thing. With this, I would like to request Nancy to close this with a short prayer. And you are all invited for a cup of coffee. Pick a snack as you go home, as you catch the jam. Just keep your energy strong. But most importantly, remember the conversation. Take it to your respective institutions. Please, Nancy, and you deliver from where you are, because the cameras are shut now. Even the lights should just dim. Okay.